welcome back to the State of the Union. For everybody here, I hope you had a lovely lunch. For everybody watching us, wherever you are in the world, I hope you are awake for a very refreshing panel, or at least what it promises to be. But in a panel on justice, I have to start with one fundamental injustice to all of those who came here to see Professor Neha Jain. Unfortunately, due to force majeure, she cannot be here, so you have to do with me, the other professor in public international law, as a stand-in. But it is for me a great pleasure to be here, and I will try my best to channel Neha Jain. And you can trust that she has been fundamentally involved in the shaping of the questions, so she is here with us nonetheless. Now, let me introduce to you the speakers. You all have elaborate CVs online in the program booklets, so I won't say too much. But we have on Zoom with us Mr. Eamon Gilmore, Special Representative of the EU for Human Rights. We have here Kacheke Kachihi, Coordinator of the Matare Social Justice Center. And we have with us Rama Mani, Theater of Transformation Academy and Acting Global Transformations. And she's going to explain what all of this stands for. Now, let's go to business immediately to the question of justice. Mr. Gilmore, you are the EU Special Representative on Human Rights, and you're also the EU Special Envoy for the peace process in Colombia. How do and did you in these contexts promote justice? What is the EU's concept of justice in these contexts?
Well, human rights and justice are inextricably linked. The pursuit of human rights requires justice, ranging from the rule of law itself, preservation of peace, good governance, the way in which justice systems operate, relating to the right to a fair trial, respect for people in detention, the type of penalties that's imposed. One of the big issues that the European Union has been campaigning on for many years has been the abolition of the death penalty. And in the work I do, I travel to countries generally to talk with governments and civil society. And usually the person or the minister that I most talk to are ministers for justice, ministers for home affairs, ministers for internal affairs, which I think gives you a sense that justice is at the heart of the human rights agenda. And if we look at, for example, the Universal Periodic Reviews, which is undertaken on countries at the Human Rights Council in Geneva, in the case of many countries, it's the Justice Minister who leads in that discussion. I would say of my experiences over the years, probably one of the most interesting aspects of justice that I have been involved in supporting and promoting has been the transitional justice architecture and system that was established by the Colombian peace agreement. And I think there are a number of things that are interesting about that. First of all, it was very much designed with victims at the center, and victims were very much involved in the design of that transitional justice system. Secondly, it's a system that encountered a lot of opposition. Some of it was from people who said the penalties that are going to be imposed are not going to involve prison time for people who committed very serious crimes. And in other cases, it was state actors who simply didn't want to have the same process as the non-state actors. But it survived. It is now, after 5 years, making a lot of progress. Last year, for example, it handed down a landmark decision which found that the collective leadership of the FARC guerrilla movement were collectively responsible for crimes against humanity. And the interesting thing is that this was accepted by most of the leadership of the FARC movement. And I think, certainly to my knowledge, it's the first and only time that a guerrilla movement or a former guerrilla movement accepted a judgment of this kind. And even more recently, the International Criminal Court, the chief prosecutor of the ICC was in Colombia and made a memorandum of understanding with the government that the ICC will lift the investigation it was initiating, but that the government must respect the transitional justice system. And we've been supporting the transitional justice system politically, but also financially. The European Union has been supporting the three arms of that transitional justice system, the Truth Commission, the Missing Persons Unit and the tribunal over those numbers of years. And I think it's a very good example of a transitional justice system that is working, that was designed as part of a conflict resolution mechanism, and I think that it's one perhaps that requires a greater deal of attention.
Thank you so much. So in this opening question to all three speakers, what I'm trying to tease out is what the concept of justice means in the work that they've been doing. So we've really heard here human rights, the International Criminal Court, transitional justice. Rama, over the course of your career, you've been involved in many foundational fundamental justice projects, both academically and in practice. Could you tell us more about those?
You bet, yes. Maybe to start off, my passion since my childhood has been justice, simply because growing up in India, it was hard, unless you were deaf, blind, had no senses, to not be passionate about justice, because injustice was in every single system, political, economic, social, religious, caste, etc. And in fact, when I look back, all of my theses, undergraduate, masters, and PhD were looking at issues of justice, starting with my undergraduate, which was on the transition from dictatorship to democracy in Latin America and how issues of justice were dealt with, going on to, sad to say, in this context, the economic injustice of the European then Commission, how its economic aid policies were undercut by its trade policies in dealing with poor countries, going on to transitional justice like you, but looking comparatively across all the continents and how transitional justice was unfolding. And already then, my little bit of show and tell is what I realized is it was incredibly important that transitional justice dealt primarily with the consequences of wars and dictatorships and so on, which were human rights abuses, missing persons, all the things very important that you referred to. But that was one part, one fundamental starting point. But what about the economic and social injustices? I'm looking at you as well as at all of you, which is what led people to injustice in the first place. And what about the lack of access to the rule of law? What about the dysfunctionality, the corruption of the justice system, which left people with no other means, just like our students outside over here, than to seek some other means for justice? And the fact that it was usually the governments, those in power, who used violence to prevent redistribution. So already by that time, my main involvement in the transitional justice arena, alongside the key figures then, the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, was saying we need to expand the remit so that alongside the political sides of transitional justice, the human rights abuses, the violations of crimes against humanity and genocides, we need to look at the socioeconomic and access to the rule of law, and we need to look at culture. But fast forward, by 2012, I became really depressed looking at how little real change was achieved, because the justice system tends to treat victims as sort of frozen in their identity. And I've actually developed a practice and a field of integral transformative justice. And fundamentally what it's about is our starting point has to be not just, dealing with victims and ensuring that their rights are met, which is fundamental, but actually transforming societies through the vehicle of justice. It has to be fundamentally inclusive, it has to be culturally relevant, but most important, it has to recognize all the dimensions of justice. So it would be the political and legal, of course, but the cultural, right? The ecological, right? The whole fact of what does it do when your environment is destroyed and you're removed from it as refugees or displaced persons, and the metaphysical or the human level, the psychological level, which is completely neglected. And the last point I'll say is kind of the big issue that in parallel I'm working on now. I guess, should I very briefly mention that together with Calypso Nicolaides, Professor Calypso Nicolaides, we set up the Theatre of Transformation Academy and Enacting Global Transformation at the University of Oxford, which became a way to actually enact the stories of victims of conflict who had taken agency in the absence of justice from institutions to find ways, culturally relevant ways, of restoring justice in their societies and giving meaning to their lives again. And this was used both with political decision makers, United Nations officials, as much as with the kinds of grassroots activists you work with.
Let's move to those grassroots activists. Gacheke, you've been on the forefront of the Matara Social Justice Center, promoting justice there for a very long time. Can you tell us how you do that?
Okay, thank you very much, and very inspiring this panel, Rama Gilmo, though powerful because it touched in the heart of what we are doing as Madara Social Justice Center, which is a community-based organization in Nairobi, one of the second largest informal settlement, as they call it, slum, where there is no access to water, healthcare, housing. It's a lot of challenges of violence. And what we started this organization in 2015, documenting cases of systematic extrajudicial killing, which is affecting very many young people in Mathare. And we do this because it was normalized. It was normal for young people to be executed, to be enforced, disappeared, to be tortured, and nobody was reporting this. And living in that community, every day it instills fear on you because you get out, you see 3 or 4 young kids shot dead, and nobody is documenting this. And then we started doing this to memorize their names in a wall, in writing, and the later human rights organizations start picking up on our work. So we are doing this as a part of building up grassroots human rights movement that can voice the concern of ordinary people who many times their cases or their human rights violation don't hit the headline of the newspaper because maybe they are not known, they are ordinary people. You disappear, nobody talk about you. So we are doing this at the Mathare Social Justice Center as a part of reclaiming our humanity, because with the crisis of unfinished democratic transition in Kenya, you find we have a corrupt police force, we have a judiciary that is not accountable, we have political leadership that is very, very compromised. As you know, our leadership was subject to ICC in the last 5 years. So you can see the challenges that we are facing in our country. And Mathare Social Justice is there, and it has sparked a social justice movement from below. And now we have a voice that is being listened by different human rights organizations in Kenya. But that's part of our story, that we are trying to reclaim our humanity and create a path for social justice in Kenya.
So, Gacheke, one thing that's really interesting in your narrative is that you're talking about human rights violations, and yet it is Matara's social justice movement. It's not a human rights, it doesn't label itself as primarily human rights. It organizes around social justice. Is this just a matter of rhetoric, word choice, or is this for a reason?
That's a very powerful question. As you know, and I'm very happy with the Special Rapporteur of Human Rights is here. You see, human rights is a framework for lawyers. You have to identify the violation and name them. So what happened to ordinary women, ordinary youth, everywhere? They have to go to school, study law, become powerful lawyers? No. Social justice is broader. It speaks about everything. It's challenged the model of economy. It's challenged the governance institution that we have. So we use human rights, yes, to name the violation, but we know to articulate our own problem, the structure of violence, the poverty that is inherent in violence that is affecting us. We have to use the broader issue of social justice. Because when you look the history of human rights and the way it was introduced in Kenya, it was introduced by middle-class lawyers who had run away from our country because of the dictatorship. And when they came up, they established human rights organization in the middle-class areas. That's how I got interaction with human rights itself. But in our informal settlement, there was no an office, there was not even a center to document this violation. So you find for almost all these years, we have a powerful disconnect between what the human rights organization are talking about and what is happening in the grassroots. So why we name ourselves social justice? Because we know the struggle will be broader. It will involve what Rama is talking about, economic justice, to heal the people, and you see the human rights deal is of victims only. What about the whole community of Mathare who have been dispossessed with a lack of water, healthcare, and housing? So that's why we're using the social justice as a way of articulating our issue in a broader way, because also the issue that we are happening many times, it will not go to Geneva to document this and say this is a human rights violation. No, that will not happen because many of us are not lawyers. But these social justice centers give us what Rama has talked, our ordinary people, social agency. And then we cut off mostly from the lawyers who appropriate the language of human rights and remove us from the struggle, and we become helpless. We become victim seeking help from outside. So I think this is very important for Gilmore also to know that when will ordinary people who are human rights defenders, who are social justice, rise within the structure of the UN? A woman, a peasant, will he ever become special rapporteur if he is not a lawyer?
So, Mr. Gilmore, I'll give the floor back to you, because you spoke about in the Colombian context how the victims were at the center, and the EU supported a very victim-driven approach. If you look at the EU's broader human rights agenda, what kind of conception of justice underpins that agenda?
Well, let me first of all follow on the point made by your last speaker and how you become Special Representative for Human Rights. I'm not a lawyer. I started my working life as a trade union official. My working life was representing workers, trying to get justice for working people in their workplace. And I agree very much with what he said, that the language of human rights is not about legal language. It's not about this convention and that convention. Human rights belong to people, and they belong to people everywhere. They're not the property of any state or of any institution. And I think a second mistake that is often made is that human rights are only about civil and political rights. There are economic, social, and cultural rights, and the two go hand in hand, the civil and political and the economic, social, and cultural. Access to water, the right to a livelihood, working conditions, the rights of women, some of the rights that we saw denied to people about access to healthcare during the COVID crisis. These are all part of the human rights agenda. And I think we do need to do more to broaden the language of human rights and to broaden the constituency for human rights and to broaden it beyond what I think for some has become something of an elitist preoccupation in the legal sphere. So I very much agree with that. As far as the European Union is concerned, the concept of human rights, they're in our treaties. If you look at the history of Europe, where the European Union came from, out of the horror that we saw in the Second World War, the conflicts that we saw in Europe, first of all in the Second World War, and secondly from the authoritarian regimes that many European countries suffered throughout the latter part of the 20th century. That's what the European Union developed out of. So we're looking at countries who have walked a certain walk. The EU itself is based, the fundamental values of it, set down in the treaties, have rule of law, democracy, human rights at their heart. And what we try to do is we try to give effect to that in the laws within the European Union and the practices within the European Union and our member states. And in our foreign policy, we try to share that experience with other countries because these rights, again, and this is something I think that there can be sometimes a misunderstanding about, these aren't European values. They're universal values. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights enshrines those values. And what the European Union does is we take those values seriously. We take the Universal Declaration, the body of human rights law and practices, we take those seriously, and we try to do as much as we can to ensure that they are applied universal across the world, so that people, no matter where they are or in what circumstances in life, that they enjoy those rights.
Thank you. So we all agree that there are all kinds of rights and that all of them are important, but it does seem that certain understandings, and Mr. Gilmore referred to that, like are dominant, like civil and political rights are often, or human rights are only associated with civil political rights, and the socioeconomic rights are a bit forgotten. Rama, in your academic work, you have differentiated between legal justice, which is building courts. I mean, I'm summarizing here in a very simple way. Rectificatory justice, which focuses on the past, and it can then be restorative or it can be retributive. And distributive justice. Now, if we think in these terms, and if we look at the global institutions in the world that are promoting justice, which of the forms do you think are dominant? And do you think it is possible to keep a universal, as Mr. Gilmore referred to, language of human rights without one of these understandings, or of one of these understandings of justice becoming hegemonic and marginalizing other conceptions of justice?
Okay, well, I have gone beyond that threefold division, which was at the origins of the whole field of transitional justice, where I felt we needed to go beyond this focus on only the political and see the interactions. And now, what's very interesting is in my practice, both with political decision makers, practitioners in countries in conflict, whether they be grassroots activists or political leaders, as well as with students, with transformative justice, the dimensions of justice which have the greatest resonance are those which are the most missing in the global institutions, but not just in global institutions, in our governance institutions. And it kind of starts off with the basis, which is the beautiful way you said it, reclaiming our humanity, because we have reduced human rights and a legal practice to laws and rights and principles, and removed it from this very living field of humanity. So the idea of metaphysical justice, which is what gives meaning to human life when you've seen every day your peers be killed, or you've seen your brother become a mass killer in a war, how do you regain meaning, and how is that the basis for rebuilding society? So that's one part, the whole area of cultural rights. And sad to say, human rights, because of its very term, is so anthropocentric, right? And now we are realizing it's not out there, the environmental lawyers. Our whole understanding of justice has to be transformative and inclusive. It has to be cosmocentric rather than anthropocentric. But eventually, I don't know if we have time, you do see I brought a little basket with, I could maybe share a couple of stories which bring to life what I'm trying to say about would that work?
Bring it to life.
Yes, okay. So the most important thing I found is if our decision makers, those in global institutions, we talk about stepping into the shoes of victims. Most of them don't have shoes, right? So we have to step into the skin, which means even taking off one's socks and getting a bit uncomfortable for a moment to be able to actually become those that we claim to be fighting for justice with. In honor of Gacheko, who I've never met before, I brought a few stories, but I did bring many stories from your country, but one, which I'll start with. Will I be able to do this? Let me try, without ruining the system.
Is the microphone still okay?
Is it working well?
Good.
Yeah, okay. Which is one of the earliest stories. I have no background in theater, but it was the power of people like Gacheke that I met. And Gacheke, I may be saying your story the next time I'm at a conference or in a performance. So these were the women in Wajir that I met in 1990. And one of the first that I enacted. No, sorry, I have this in your honor as well. Okay. We are the women of Wajir in northeastern Kenya. The fire of violence had intoxicated our men. They were more in love with their Kalashnikovs than us their wives or their own lives. But our lives were reduced to torment. All day and all night, we only heard the lamentations for lost ones. So we women realized we must do something because our past and our future is in flames. So we met in secret until we knew what to do. We women called for a meeting with the Shura Council. Never before had this been done. We all went together and we sat together. And when the clan leader said it was our turn to speak, it was Shihab, the oldest of the women, who spoke on our behalf. And she said, our leaders, our men, for thousands of years, we women have obediently followed you and listened to your ways. But now we cannot keep quiet when our past and our future is in flames. So we have come to you with 3 propositions. Please listen to them carefully. The first one we ask is that you leave your guns outside the village when you come back from your warfare, just like you take off your shoes when you go into the mosque. The second, we ask you to negotiate with the other clans. We will arrange the meeting through the women of the other clans, but we ask you to go there thinking of the future of our youth and not about vengeance. The third condition is this. We ask you to admit us women into the Shura Council. We ask you to consider our conditions, but if you do not accept them, there will be consequences. All us women will go on strike together in the fields, in the marketplaces, and even in bed. You should have heard the ripple of resentment that spread. But after some time, the Shura Council spoke to us and said, women of Wajir, you have brought us back to our senses. It is you women who have preserved our culture through the ages. We accept your conditions. We accept you women as part of the Shura Council. And from that day on, we created the Peace and Development Committee, and we brought peace and justice, not just to our province, but all across East and Central Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have, as you can see, Yuyachkani Theatre from Peru, the women and activists of Palestine, who were the ones who inspired me to do this, etc. But the key points to go to your question is we have to be, people who have suffered, like those in your communities, they are not thinking first and foremost of prosecution for their perpetrators. They are thinking of reintegration. They are thinking of the future and preventing the recurrence of what happened to them, so no one else has to suffer what they suffered. They're thinking of transformation, and this is what we need to give. And I'll just say one last thing, which is what we've now created together with all of our communities across all continents, is what's called Home for Humanity. And it's exactly about reclaiming our humanity, not just as a species, but our humanity in the sense of reclaiming the unity, which is at the center of the word humanity, which is with ourselves, with each other, but with all of life, all forms of life that we are busy destroying. And what we did in this publication that we put out recently is we have people of every different background from all continents, grassroots activists, victims of conflict, aged 7 to 91, who say, what kind of future do we want? What would our vision of an Earth civilization, a just and inclusive Earth civilization look like? And what am I willing to do? And what am I already doing to contribute to that? And what would be ideal now is that it's not left just to justice institutions or to incredible commissioners like yourself, who being from Ireland, you've experienced injustice, but everyone, all governance institutions and all citizens of the Earth, to determine our future and the role that we can play in building that future, which is fundamentally on the foundations of justice for all.
I would almost keep this as the final note, but the panel is not yet over. So we just continue. Because, look, ideally, I think all these conceptions of justice should nicely coincide, and I would say they nicely complement each other. And that brings us, of course, to the legal concept, complementarity in the Rome Statute, where that's also a key concept. But in practice, this is not a world of, I mean, of course it's a world of ideals, but it's also a world of constraint. And it's a world of tension and questions for redistribution, and very often not everything goes together at the same time. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is that I did field research in northern Uganda, and what really struck me there is that the community leaders themselves were strongly arguing against the intervention of the International Criminal Court, and they were actually arguing for an amnesty. And what's so striking about this is that it's the victim community that's arguing for amnesty. And the reason was twofold. The first was they were afraid that without an amnesty program there would be no peace. Secondly, it was their children who'd been abducted by the Lord's Resistance Army, and without an amnesty their children wouldn't come back. Now, and you get a situation where, of course, in an ideal world, they want to see Joseph Coyne prosecuted, but there are trade-offs, and those trade-offs were the trade-offs they were fearing. Which brings me to my question to Mr. Gilmer. How does the EU navigate the relationship between its concept of justice, and as you have explored, that's a very rich concept, but still, its concept of justice as set forth in many policy documents may be in tension with, for instance, that community in northern Uganda. How does it navigate its concept of justice with alternative conceptions of justice?
Well, as it happens, I've just returned from Uganda from a visit just a few weeks ago, so it's a country I know quite well. I wasn't in northern Uganda on this occasion. I think, first of all, again, to pick up on the theatrical presentation that we've just had, and I applaud it. I mean, this is something that we're seeing right across the world, that women are taking the lead in bringing about peace processes, asking the men to leave the guns at the end of the village and not bring the conflict back home with them, and then working to find ways to get people around the table and to agree things. And in those agreements, it is possible to develop systems of transitional justice, in some cases involving amnesties. If I give the Colombia example again, because I'm very familiar with it, part of that transitional justice agreement was, in a sense, an amnesty for the ordinary soldiers, if you like, the ordinary combatants in that conflict. It was controversial. There were questions at the time about whether or not it would satisfy the International Criminal Court. As it has turned out, it did. And the International Criminal Court recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the government, which enables that transitional justice system to work ahead. So I think that you have to look, when it comes to the resolution of conflicts, and I saw it also in the case of Northern Ireland, you have to look at what will actually work. There is no point approaching it with some kind of a big theory that you think is going to apply universally in every circumstance. You have to work with the particular conflict, with the set of circumstances that you have got on the ground. You have to work very closely with the people who were involved in that conflict, with local communities, with civil society organizations, with victims, and particularly, I would emphasize, the inclusion of women in that process. And you work out a formula, and then you try and make that work. And we, as European Union, we are supporting that process. I remember, for example, again in Colombia, we supported a project which was about working with indigenous communities mainly, about a kind of a bottom-up approach to justice, not on the big things, not on the conflict-related things, on things like land disputes, localized disputes of one kind or another, all of which contribute to a culture of justice, where people feel in their own community that they are being listened to, first of all, and secondly, that they are getting justice and a fair deal in what is eventually agreed.
Well, thank you. And then let's go to people in their community fighting for justice. Kacheke, you're, Nairobi, Kenya. Kenya has also, for instance, seen the International Criminal Court visiting. You've lots of human rights, international human rights actors being involved in Kenya. And you have your very active organization. Can you tell us something about the relationship between the kind of the international and the local and the collaborations, but also potentially sometimes different understandings?
First of all, that's a very powerful, fundamental question that really relates with my country, and I really appreciate Grimo for what he has shared about transitional justice. For sure, my country was in ICC. The president, the current president, and his deputy were there, and I'm a third generation of the peasants who were taken to Rift Valley by the British colonial settlement. And my grandfather was one of the work farmer. So we left there in 1990 because of the post-election violence. And it's because the way the British colonial government rearranged the ethnic community in Kenya. So every time there is a tension about ethnic politics. And this came in 2007 where there was a lot of killings and displacement. But the biggest challenge, and that's the basis of the establishing community social justice center like Mathare Social Justice, the ICC process collapsed. The wounds were not healed. There was no justice that happened. The whole process of international criminal justice left a very bad taste to the communities in Kenya, because when you hear about the Rome Statute, that the ICC has a power to issue an international warrant of arrest. When you're in a small village in Rift Valley in Kenya, as a young person, you're very proud. You know the dictator will be arrested, will be taken to ICC and prosecuted. And I think I would say this, it is an illusion of existence of international law. Because after all, the whole process happened, nothing happened. And even the process even now has not even shown that there will be reparation. And I think it's very great, Grimo talk about the victim-centered in Colombia. But I think we should change from the victim-centered, because victim-centered sometimes it is disempowering. And I think the theater shows us that women themselves, they can acquire their own agency. The victim can acquire their own agency, establish social justice center, social justice movement, and from there they start becoming victim and they start becoming defenders of the human rights. And then from there, it becomes easy that they will not rely only on international instrument, but the international instrument will come to complement what is happening within their locality. Because as it happened now, and I hear about what's talking about in Uganda, about when people claim their agency and they start provide the alternative. And I'm so happy you are from North Ireland, because you also went very difficult challenges. And Kenya is a former British colony, so the same tactics of oppression, the police state that was put on you, is also was put on our country. And I think the model we can be able to learn from each other on how, and I agree, is that not paste copy. But I think the reason why we are saying the social justice and why we differ a bit from the human rights theory is because the agency of the people is taken away from them. And what is remain? They remain seeking mercy, either from the institution that is locally, that is established of the criminal justice system, or international criminal court. And what's happened when these institutions that does not work, when the witnesses are not protected, when the ICC instruments say there is not enough resources to push for criminal justice program, what happened to the people? They lose hope on the issue of the rule of law, they lose hope on a democratic institution, and from there what you build up is crisis and crisis. And even today we talk about the crisis now is happening in the world, and especially in my country at the moment because of lack of addressing these issues. So I say that we using the paradigm of social justice to say that for a transitional justice to happen, we have to have multiple intervention, but it has to start with the community. And when you inspire women, you inspire those people who have been violated, they claim their agency, and then they claim their humanity. And also even here in Europe, as we listened in the morning, human rights was not defended in the courts. It was achieved in the streets. Is it true? Yeah, it was. The human rights instrument that we are celebrating today, the democracy, the universal human rights value that we are defending today, that you are appointed to defend, it was not achieved in the instrument of court, of Human Rights Commission. This was achieved in the streets. The people defend in the community, as we have seen in the video. So what we are saying that in this 21st century, where international institutions of human rights have failed, we need to go back to the communities. And from the community, we'll claim the agency, and the agency will breathe life again to the instrument. Because at the moment, there is a lot of hopelessness that is happening in the world.
Bravo.
I've attended a few panels today, and I think this is one of the first where we have applause during the session. So it's a precedent setting in that sense, but precedent is a legal concept, and I realize legal concepts are not very welcome in this panel. So I'll shut up. Okay, good. No, your interventions really raise a lot of material for further discussion, but I do want to make sure that we involve the room and our huge community that is joining us online a chance to join this discussion. So we already have a question from online, and I'll mention it here, but I would like to gather a few questions so that you can also pick and choose. And then I encourage all of you, please, to come up with your own. So the question here is, how can we reconcile giving amnesties to perpetrators with the fight against impunity? And so here, fight against impunity is, of course, what Rama has earlier conceptualized as the very retributive understanding of justice. Are there questions in the room? Otherwise, I've got about 7 here, so no worries. But yes, go ahead. And could you please introduce yourself briefly?
My name is Marina Aksinova. I'm assistant professor of international comparative law in Madrid. And I'm a lawyer originally, but moving towards art more and more. And that is why I absolutely love this panel and the discussion. Also because of the problem with this empowering nature of some terminology, for example, victims. So we discussed here the embodied justice, the visceral justice that was also demonstrated beautifully. And we also discuss concepts of justice and what it means and the Human Rights Treaty. The problem right now I'm facing is how to merge them, how to write about that. For instance, in Kashmir in the 11th century, the philosophers there, they were writing about aesthetics in a very embodied way. For example, Abhinavagupta, who I use a lot in my scholarship, who is not very well known right now. Sri Abhinavagupta is one of the Kashmiri scholars of the 11th century, or other scholars who used aesthetics in a more, let's say, embodied way. We're missing this kind of bridge right now that would link conceptual elements and human rights language and aesthetics so that we can bring it in a bit of a less activist way and more embodied way, the justice. So I hope I made my question or comment clear. Thank you.
Thank you, very clear. So I'm using the chairs or the moderators. That's and then I just would like to squeeze in one, and then we'll go there because I haven't seen your hand yet. So that's why. Oh, and there are more coming. So in that case, I'll shut up. And yes, you.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Fulcieri Bruniroccia. I'm a lawyer, and as a lawyer, I felt that there is a big subject missed in all the discussion. You're always talking about rights, but what I have learned is that a right exists only if there exists an obligation. For instance, right to life does not exist because nobody has an obligation to give you life, only God. It exists the right not to be killed because there is a person who has the obligation not to kill you. So, why we don't talk a bit more about obligations? Because if you start to talk about obligation, you bring on the table the second part of the game.
Thank you for bringing Hofeld in, the rights and obligations. Eric Jones, in the back.
Hi, my name is Eric Jones. I'm director of the Robert Schuman Center. One of the initiatives that the EUI had in the context of this horrific conflict in Ukraine has been to solicit applications from scholars at risk to come and work with us. And one of the very powerful applications we received was from a woman who wanted to use transitional justice in order to prepare for the problems that they will face in Ukraine after this conflict ends. And my question to you is, what advice would you give that woman in preparing her research so that she can have the most effective support that she can provide for her society?
Great. And now one more question here. Do you have a good memory for all of these? Good, great.
Hi, my name is Yasasmin Kaviratna. I'm one of the Policy Leader Fellows with the STG. I have two questions, if that is allowed.
If they are one-sentence questions.
Right. So I come from a country that has the second highest number of enforced disappearances in the world, Sri Lanka. We constantly talk about the right of the people who were disappeared, but we don't normally talk about the families that were left behind and the economic, social, and cultural rights. So my question to actually you, Dr. Rama, how do we combine these two? And how can we proceed with fulfilling all the rights, especially in these cases? And I have another question about grassroots level activism. I also worked on decolonizing human rights in South Asia. Mr. Gilmour so rightly said that these rights are not European, these rights are universal. But I always constantly came across a lot of resistance in accepting human rights in the field when working with communities. Not necessarily victims, quote unquote, but communities in general, because they perceive human rights to be Western agendas. Even when we translate human rights terms into our local languages, they sound alien. So as grassroots level activists, how do you overcome these challenges? Do you come across these challenges? If so, how do you overcome these challenges?
Fantastic questions. And let me add this one follow-up on that one, which is that a lot of people I encountered in particularly African countries said, well, it's all nice and well for the European Union to promote transitional justice in our countries, but can we then please first talk about the injustice of colonialism? And so the question is, how do you apply, transitional justice at the moment is very still state-centric in the sense of it's about reorganizing the state, making the state more just. How do we do transitional justice at a global level to restore historical injustice? Mr. Gilmour, would you like to start? And you can pick and choose.
There are a lot of questions. I think, first of all, the reconciling of amnesties with fighting impunity. The answer to that is it's very difficult to do that. And what you're looking at is a situation where conflict existing, you need to get the guns to stop, you need to get the violence to stop, and you need to find a formula whereby that will happen and whereby people can move on. And whether we like it or not, that very often involves compromises being made with perpetrators, which involves either early release from prison, as happened in the case of Northern Ireland, amnesties, as happened in other cases. But again, interestingly, I think the holding to account of those who had leadership or command positions and who were responsible for the ordering of those things. And then I've just moved maybe just to the last question, which is the whole question of the Western agenda and the resistance that there is to Europeans, Americans, whoever, talking about human rights in many cases in countries that were colonized. And I think the only solution to that is dialogue, and also dialogue which is not one way. Because, as I said, the concept of human rights and the principles of human rights are not European. They're not a European export. They're something that belong to people everywhere. And people who have a sense of justice and who have approaches to justice in many different countries and in many different situations, I think that we need to be listening to each other, having the dialogue, having an engagement about what works and what works in particular circumstances, and doing so in a way that we learn the best from each other. And it's not a one-way. It's not a one-way street.
Thank you very much. Rama, would you like to go next?
Ooh la la, let me go last. I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Kacheke.
First of all, I appreciate it very greatly, and I want to go to my sister from Sri Lanka, the question you asked about decolonizing human rights. First of all, what we do in Madare social justice, because we realize that it is very difficult, and especially the victims of the relative of the people who have disappeared, also to come out because they fear. Also the states protecting the witness, sometimes the witness disappear. And also the human rights language is very demobilizing sometimes. So we have come because of memory, and because we come together, and then we invite the victims and the community in Madare, then we plant the trees in memory of the victims. And at the same time, we use this to educate the people that they should not accept to normalize the fear of enforced disappearance. And because many times the victims, the relative will be told, okay, your person has disappeared because he was involved maybe in crime, or maybe it was like the problem of East Africa about terrorism. Your next of kin will disappear, and you will be intimidated not to come out and even record a statement. So what we are doing is we have a campaign called Ecological Justice, and then we plant trees within the community, and we do memorial trees. Those trees, when we plant them, we don't want to say that it's part of the human right, but we say it's also a part of the healing of the community. When we sing together, maybe it's part of the theater. When we sing together, when we memorize, and when we come back after a year to look for the tree when they are growing, we keep the memories of the victims alive, and as a part of the building up the movement. And removing out the relatives and the members of that community from the being victimhood and becoming defenders of social justice. And I see another question online. I can deal with it. What would have ICC done to the victims in Kenya? I think what ICC would have done with the victims in Kenya, when the ICC criminal prosecution collapsed, and there was no more prosecution, what will happen to the victims? ICC would have come back and asked, how do we move on with the issue of reparation, the issue of social justice? We want to say the ICC is only, the idea is criminal prosecution, and criminal prosecution has a lot of limitation, because not everybody will be in the list of the victims to be compensated. What if you are not in the list of the victims? Or the law did not codify you as a victim? What happened? So I think ICC should have broadened the issues on social justice and building peace. Yeah, and I'm thinking that how do you strengthen democratic institution? And I think that's the idea that Grimo was talking about, transitional justice, but with that experience of Colombia from below. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. Definitely very good you brought it back to Colombia. But again, you know, it's only when the government wants to, because it somehow is in power, that it can broaden the definition, and then will it have the means, right? Will the International Criminal Court, and in the case of Sri Lanka, I've worked in Sri Lanka, we are still very deeply involved. I was the first responsibility to protect refugee that had to leave Sri Lanka because of the political situation. So let's talk in depth later. This amazing question, Eric, about, you know, what should the Ukrainians do now? Immediately I have 6 cases I would love to share. You know, what happened in El Salvador, where every single fact, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where grassroots activists were plotting every movement of the war economies, of the human rights abuses, in Cambodia for 30 years, in Bangladesh, where they created a museum of memory and kept every little piece of information so that one day, if there is justice, that could be used. The Museum of Memoria created by the Quechua women in in Ayacucho in Peru, so that they were both memorizing and honoring their victims, but preserving the records for the day when justice would be used. But the important thing is, because often there will never be justice, and that's why I brought Palestine. People are not, because they have agency, they're not sitting around and waiting. They're using their humanity, because what we see always is the victims, so-called, the survivors, are the ones whose humanity is intact and expands in conflict, and their creativity expands. They create new means of living together, honoring, celebrating, and moving on while waiting for the institutions that be. But the other one, sorry, that I remembered, yes, Kosovo. The fundamental thing that's missing with the institution of justice is the creativity, being innovative each time to think what makes sense here. And for that reason, relating it back, so I would love to speak, Eric, to your student, because there's so much that needs to start to be done now, so that one day when there is justice, all that material is ready, collecting testimonies and stories. But it isn't to wait for the future, it's to begin to create the future right now. And I did have one quick story, but I can wait till the end to share it, because it responds to the embodied.
I don't want to disappoint the lawyers. Who is the obligee? Who is the one that is obliged to do all of this?
Okay, so initially we thought that everything was the responsibility of governments, and it has to be that. Governments and international institutions. But somewhere until we, as citizens, don't begin also, and that's why when when the Commission on Global Governance, which I was very fortunate to work for at the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, and we produced this, Our Global Neighborhood, right, in 1995, very similar to now what we are doing with Home for Humanity. The first part was how can it be based on the rule of law, which applies equally to all states, to all members of the United Nations, and how can there be kind of ethics and values at the core, but how could it be more responsibilities and obligations based and not just rights based, right? So it would need to be the institutions, now also corporations, right? So many of the rights are being violated by mining companies or timber firms, which are colluding with governments, which have whole armies or militias helping them out to deprive indigenous and other people of their livelihoods, their rights, their customs, and so on. So it's ultimately up to all of our citizens to recognize the two sides, and so it has to be all the way up till the legal institutions, right? And I think it's bringing law closer. This is the point you made, that we keep seeing the chasm between law and the institutions of law, lawyers, and so-called ordinary people growing, right? And interestingly, going back to how do we bring the two together, the more one comes to Europe, the United States, the gap grows bigger. Whereas in societies where despite the imposition of Western law, these practices of community-based justice, community-based life remained, the two go together. So all of our communities around the world, they are working across all levels. They're business people, they are in politics, they're grassroots activists, and they can continually, there's a rural community in Buhera, which is our Home for Humanity, in Zimbabwe, and the president comes to visit and say this is a national role model which we should adapt to every area. So that goes up and down. The Wajir women were instrumental in stopping the violence that removed him from his community in the elections of 2009 and preventing a genocide using creative means and human means. So that happens much more in our societies than can happen in the West, where it's very separated. But I'll come back to the embodiment with a story which would respond to both of you perfectly.
I've received a sign that we are close to end of time. Gacheka wanted to respond to one thing, so you've got 1 minute.
Being a lawyer, you are privileged. You have tools that you can deliver to the community that is defending human rights. And I think that it's an idea you see yourself, okay, how do I transfer these tools for ordinary people, those who are defending human rights, land justice, ecological justice, so that they can use them. And then they'll be responsible to defend their right and justice.
Mr. Gilmore, would you like to say something in 30 seconds? Because I'm getting the sign that we are going to close soon.
Two things. One is about the exercise of agency. There are many cases around the world where people cannot exercise their agency, whereas they do attempt to express themselves either artistically or any other way, they're repressed. I mean, the number of cases where we have writers in prison, artists in prison. Yes. So I just wanted to make that point that it's not always possible in many places to exercise agency. And the final point I would make, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The ICC may not be perfect in every case, but if we didn't have the ICC, we'd have to invent it. And the ICC it operates complementarity only where countries are unable or unwilling to prosecute cases themselves. It's under a lot of pressure from people who don't want it there at all, and from people who don't want it there at all because they don't want accountability. So let's be careful that we don't overdo the criticism of the ICC. There are still 45 countries in the world who haven't ratified the Rome Statute, don't accept the ICC. Among them, by the way, Russia, which of course is going to be in the eye of the storm because of what's happening in Ukraine.
So if there's one conclusion for today, is that it's our longing for justice has still not been materialized and probably will never be materialized by the institutions we create. And that is, as Jack Balkin has observed, inevitable because institutions never meet the longing of justice that inspires them. But one thing
that we create them ourselves. Or recreate them later.
Let's go, because they're always productions of human beings. But we'll continue with that discussion later. Thank you very much, and stay tuned to State of the Union 2022.
Do we finish and our online audience is off? Can I share?
Everywhere, we have to get out.
Fantastic to be back to meet the real people, the people who were helping me in my job over the last 2 years when the communication was so difficult. This morning I received a lot of inspirative ideas. The rule of law principle is one of the pillars of the EU, because EU is not a single market, it's also the union of values, and one of the values is indeed the rule of law principle. Which has to be respected by all of us, including the Commission. So we had an important debate. I received a lot of good advices how to continue. And you speak about political dialogue. For me, the dialogue is the first one, which has to continue.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2022 State of the Union. My name is Eric Jones, and I'm director of the Robert Schuman Center here at the European University Institute. Now, I'm going to be moderating this panel, but I won't be doing that alone. I'm also going to be joined by my colleague, Catherine Höfler, and Catherine is going to be interacting with our online audience to make sure that we get questions and participation from them as well. Now, importantly, we have 3 panelists and not just 2. We're joined right now, and Tina Fordham will be joining us as soon as she gets out of the taxi from the airport after the travel day from hell that she's had. Tina Fordham will be joining us. She's geopolitical strategist and founder of Fordham Global Insight. We also have Maria Laura Marchedu, who's a Max Weber Fellow, and actually she's the one responsible for this particular part of the program. And Christopher Vida, who's launching his 3rd career as a barrister, having completed his appointment as judge on the Court of Justice of the European Union. Now, what we want to do is run this panel on normative power Europe, still fit for purpose, in a kind of an interactive format. And we're going to do it in a slightly different format from what's recommended. We're going to use short questions and hopefully crisp answers from our panelists. But we've got a lot of ground to cover because our panelists actually represent a wide variety of views. The reason that there's such a wide diversity on this panel is because we originally conceived this as a conversation about the normative power of Europe and the Brussels effect, a very regulatory context within which power is exercised. But what we realized in the context of the war in Ukraine is that power was going to have to be manifest in many different ways. And indeed, some of the regulatory aspects that the European Union had prided itself upon begin to show themselves as at least potential points of weakness. And so we had to reconsider the nature of this power that Europe exercises to ask not only if the suite of instruments available to Europe is comprehensive enough, but if those traditional instruments are still fit for purpose, because the next generation, sadly, is likely to face a much more dangerous environment from those generations that preceded it. Now, what I'm going to do is ask some questions of the panelists based on our prior conversations, but over time, I promise we'll run out of steam and draw on you for inspiration, both online, again through my colleague Catherine Höfler, or here in this room. I'll weave those questions together to try to make a story. So instead of getting the panelists to engage with one another directly, I'm going to use them to fill in different parts of the argument and ask you to critique the analysis as we get to the end. So Christopher, I'd like to start with you to get a baseline for understanding what we mean by normative power in Europe and the Brussels effect, specifically from a rule of law perspective. When we talk about European normative power, the Brussels effect, how much of that relates to the role of the European Union's legal framework as a model for other countries to follow, and how much relates to the requirements other countries will have to face if they want to do business in Europe or with European counterparts?
Well, thank you, Eric. First of all, can I say what a pleasure it is to be here. I don't blame the organisers for not having arranged sunshine today. And it means that we can all be much more focused on what's going inside than outside. The Brussels effect, as you've said, Eric, has 2 aspects. Both of which, in fact, I have witnessed in my own career. First of all, the EU and what has made it so successful, and obviously I'm talking through the prism of a lawyer, is that it's rule-based. It's not just intergovernmental cooperation. And rules mean that they are to be enforced, which is why there's a court, and it means that people have rights under that regime, rights and obligations. And if we start, and I'm going to just say something very briefly about an area that I know quite a lot about from various careers that I've had in the past, competition law. Competition law was in fact the way it came into Europe was interesting. It was the Americans who basically imposed it on Germany after the Second World War. My country, the United Kingdom, didn't really have, there's no tradition of competition law at all. When the EEC was founded in 1957, one took the German model and implanted it into the Treaty of Rome. Nobody in 1957 had really any idea what this meant. But gradually, over time, we got a powerful competition enforcer in Brussels, the European Commission. And it started enforcing not only the cartel law, but probably of more interest to this audience, abuse of dominance. And what one saw, and I witnessed some of this myself before I became a judge, is American companies complaining about other American companies in Europe. Why were they doing that? Because they did the same thing in the United States and they didn't get anywhere. And so when Google, before Google, going back to Microsoft in the late 1990s with the internet browser, who was complaining about that? It was American companies. The same thing with the cases against Google. Again, it's American companies bringing their complaints to Europe. And the reason for that is that European competition law has developed in a slightly different, not completely different, but slightly different way from the American model. To some extent, it may be regarded as being more paternalistic. But it has worked in the sense that people can see that it's effective. Now, coming to the other aspect of Eric's question before I hand back to Eric, if you like, the dynamic effect outside Europe. As I said, competition law, if we'd been in this room 50, 60 years ago, nobody would have said, what are you talking about? The same is true for other parts of the world. I mean, it is actually quite extraordinary that one of the biggest success stories in export of legal norms, probably even more so than human rights, is competition law, because if you look around the globe, I think about 130 countries in the world now have competition law regimes, and there are quite a few countries who I won't name who have competition law regimes, but not human rights regimes. And one thing that I noticed is that the European model, which has been developed over the years in Brussels, has traveled much better than the US model. So you have countries like Brazil, Namibia, Taiwan, Korea. They've all adopted, with variations, the European model, which I personally think is a good thing, because I think one can become too Eurocentric, and what one is looking at is, particularly we're living in a globalized world, that you have pretty much equivalent regulation on important matters throughout the world. And I think Europe can be very proud as to what it's done in that respect.
So, Christopher, your response was perfectly timed because the next question actually goes to Tina. I mean, I listened to this story that you tell about the influence of regulation because of the gravitational pull of Europe's internal market, and also about the desire for emulation because of the model that Europe has to offer. And yet I wonder if Europe's economic relations with the outside world are always so positive. Tina, the relationship with Russia is a good example. The whole point of having such an intensive economic relationship with Russia was to draw Russia into a kind of a normalized interaction with the rest of Europe, and that doesn't seem to have worked. And so I guess my question would be, how deeply have European capitals been compromised by this conflict and their strategies for dealing with the outside world, and specifically by their past economic and political relations with Russia? And what does this imply about Europe's global standing looking to the future?
How long do we have?
You get 3 minutes.
Okay. In 3 minutes. I think what I heard of your remarks, I got the gist of it, I think perfectly encapsulates one aspect of what Europe is good at, but also what's been wrong with this approach. Because it's the notion that by everyone abiding by the same rules, peace and prosperity would ensue. It didn't happen, and not only has it not happened in the case of Russia, it's really blown back in our faces to a huge extent. That doesn't, in my view, by the way, undermine the good aspects of Europe, but it really exposes a mistake at the heart of our assumptions, which was that integration into the European economy, the global economy, would bring peace and prosperity, and it hasn't happened at all. Both China and Russia are challenging the EU and chipping away in all kinds of ways, and so we have this tension, which is going to be exacerbated in the China case, following Russia, about just who's the rule taker and who's the rule maker, and why do we do business with unsavory regimes? Because a lot of what was behind the European ideal has been because they would become more like us. They would be, we would start to evolve, have more in common, and certainly, of the vintage that Eric and I are, at least, of the, post-Cold War babies, and democratization and harmonization and indeed norms and everything else. This was the optimistic bit of the cycle. We need to take a big lesson from Russia's behavior and start thinking about how it applies to other regimes. The other side of the crisis, though, the Ukrainian side, I think reflects the ongoing and the continued appeal, desirability, beacon of hope that Europe is. It wasn't long ago that both Poland and Hungary, by the way, were in the Brussels doghouse, as it were, and now Poland has redeemed itself as an ideal EU member state. This is very interesting, by the way, it seems to me, because we were very prepared to sideline them, and indeed they were prepared to give up on Europe to a certain extent. Now it's only Hungary that's in the doghouse, but Ukraine more than ever wants to and feels that it's illustrated that it is European and doesn't belong to that old Soviet world. And so joining NATO and being an EU accession state, which is what got Ukraine into all of this trouble in the first place, remember, that's what really alarmed Putin, or so he said, his fear of colored revolutions. So there's more than one lesson to be learned. I would just turn it back to us and say, how are we going to process that? I especially caution against this kind of false dichotomy between US and European models, by the way. That's not going to help us move into the post-Russian invasion world.
Well, I thank you for that, Tina. I mean, I think it is important to look at the Ukrainian side and realize that a lot of the power instruments that Christopher was talking about still have some purchase. And I suppose the easy reaction to looking at a situation like that we see in Russia is simply to sever them from that interdependence, to use economic sanctions in order to impose a cost that will somehow bring them to heel. But I wonder, Maria Laura, what the rest of the world thinks about that kind of an approach where Europe uses its economic leverage against Russia in order to discipline Russia, and to what extent the conflict between the European Union and Russia over Ukraine actually is interpreted very differently outside Europe's borders and creates more tension between Europe and its partners in the global south, for example.
Well, let me start by saying that so far, all the actions that have been taken at the trade level, so at within the trade system, have been taken within and not by, because mostly of the action that have been taken so far have been taken on a unilateral basis. So there's not been a position taken by the WTO, the World Trade Organization, saying this is the line that we are going to follow. Well, the elephant in the room are clearly the sanctions, and I'll get back to this in a moment. I think I'd like to draw your attention also to other moves that have been taken recently in the context of the Russia-Ukraine war, because they are two predominantly political moves. And the first one is the suspension of the most favored nation clause as taken by some WTO member states. And that is a way to send a political message, say, look, if you are in the WTO system, in a world trade order, then you need to play by the rule. Otherwise, you won't be benefit from this most favored nation clause. And the other one is actually a joint letter sent by the European Union and the United States to the WTO General Council, informing the Council that Russia no longer participates in the developing countries coordinating group that is one of the most secretive groups in the WTO and is the room where it happens. So it was intended to send a very political message to Russia. Now, when it comes to sanctions, as I was saying, they've mostly been done on a unilateral basis. Of course, the most comprehensive action has been taken by Ukraine that has enforced a full embargo against Russia, invoking the security exceptions contained in WTO agreements. And that has been followed by other countries. The European Union has put together a 5 package of sanctions. So far, there is a 6th one on the way. We'll see. It seems to be a bumpy road at the moment, but that is going to be the way. And that has been followed also by the United States, by Australia, by Japan, by the G7 country, I would say, by the NATO countries. Sanctions act like a pressure valve in the conduct of international relations, and they are there to reiterate the message that the global order does possess a fundamental normative orientation against the use of force. They are like and they generally consist in the imposition of tariffs or in the banning on imports, in this case from Russia, and they have the effect to discriminate trade relations with Russia. Now, as you were mentioning, a striking aspect is that these sanctions have been, as the way that has been very much pursued by Western countries, whereas the rest of the world has very much remained on the sidelines. We didn't have sanctions coming from example, from Southern American countries, Central America. Africa has been pretty silent, and the same goes for Asia. So this appears to be the strategy for those countries that can afford also to have some sort of sanction-induced crisis, so the strongest power and the most healthy and wealthy economies in the world.
I think it reflects a little bit the fact that Russia has a seat on the UN Security Council, can veto international level.
That's another point, and actually I was going to conclude on a note that within the WTO, Russia is legally entitled to challenge this measure. And what is interesting, for example, is that in response to the letter the Ukraine sent to WTO, Russia's position was to defend the neutrality, in a way, of the WTO system, advocating for the WTO not overstepping its boundaries, since there is no actual resolution by the UN Security Council recognize that as an act of invasion. So it's interesting how Russia is, in a way, playing the multilateralism card against the multilateral power. So, yeah, very interesting time to be alive indeed.
Well, this point that you raised, Maria Laura, is one that's highlighted by the question that we've just received online, or at least half of the question, which is about the consistency with which the European Union approaches this notion of rule of law. It has rules that it wants to apply, but when it wants to exercise power, it's quite willing to break rules, at least at the international level. And I guess, Christopher, I wonder if this is something new, or if this is something that's only limited to situations of violent conflict. Specifically, when the European Union exercises its power, either in the form of competition rulings or through regulatory actions like GDPR or DSA or DSM, to what extent does that draw a positive response from the outside world, make them believe in the consistency of Europe with its own principles, and to what extent does it create another source of tension or potentially conflict as the rest of the world looks at these rules and says, why are you foisting these upon us?
Well, Eric, I think there are two things here. First of all, there is rule making, which is in the separation of powers, the legislature that does it, and then there's rule enforcement, which is the judiciary. And we talked about the rule of law. And one of the great strengths of the European Union is its attachment to the rule of law. Now, I know Tina talked about Poland having been in the doghouse, but you have to consider that Poland has been subject to a huge number of cases in the European Court. I mean, this is not something where Europe is turning a blind eye, far from it. And the European Court has, by and large, followed the actions, the cases that have been brought by the Commission against Poland. And I should add, this is not any form of show trial. I mean, Poland has been well able to defend itself. And so, yes, it is true that occasionally there are instances, like in every society, where rules may be broken. But I think we can be, as Europeans, extremely proud that we have at the centre a court which does enforce the law. And in fact, I can tell you that the law is enforced even in relation to Germany, which is the most powerful European country. And there was a moment in 2020 when it looked as if it would not accept, the German Constitutional Court would not accept a ruling of the European Court on the ECB, and eventually the Germans came round and accepted. So the rule of law is well and flourishing. So far as rule-making is concerned, and you talked, Eric, about things like the Digital Market Act, I don't think that that there's any particular intention for people in Brussels. It's not empire building saying we're going to rule the world. The issue is we want to ensure that there is, to use the hackneyed expression, a level playing field within the EU. And it so happens that when one talks about the digital market, we all know what companies we're talking about, and those are the ones that are going to be subject to regulation. But that regulation is really generated from concerns by European society that we need to regulate the conduct of some of these companies. And again, and I'll finish with this, that this is again being done by reference to the rule of law, that when the Digital Markets Act comes into force, it is, and then you are designated as the gatekeeper, you have, when I say you, the designated gatekeeper, have full rights of appeal to the court, to independent judges, that if you don't like anything the Commission does, you can challenge it. And I think that shows that on the one hand you have the legislators who say, yes, well, these are the rules that we're going to put into place. And I should say, as a former judge, judges, we're not concerned with policy. Policy is for the legislator. What we are concerned about is to ensure that when the rules are made, they are enforced properly and according to principles of justice.
So thanks for that, Christopher. I'm glad you reinforced this notion of the consistency within the European Union, but I wonder the extent to which that consistency is well perceived in the outside world, or whether the consistency between the European rule of law framework and the multilateral framework is really as robust as we would like to imagine it to be. And so, Maria Lauer, I want to go back to you maybe to help us pull some of these threads related to law, economics, and security together, and to ask the really basic question, which is that if we're seeing problems today in the conflict of Russia and Ukraine, haven't we seen these problems in earlier manifestations? Or maybe let me put this a better way. What can you tell us about the tensions between security and trade, or security and investment, and how much does that tension trace back to policies that not just the European Union, but other countries like the United States have adopted as well?
Okay, well, let me say that trade/investment, because they're very much on the same level when it comes to their interaction with security. Trade and investment /investment and security are no longer strange bedfellows. They may not be friends yet, but they're certainly not enemies anymore. Now, both trade and investment agreements contain what are defined as security exceptions. So when there is a security exception included in this treaty, the state is enabled to take those actions that are necessary to preserve its essential security interests in time of war and emergency. Now, what we have been witnessing, what is happening and has been happening for quite a while, is that there's been a tendency to equate this economic security with the idea of national security. This is probably due to the fact that we live, as we were saying before, in a very interdependent world, and interdependence interdependence generates vulnerability. So one way to cope with this vulnerability could be to use economic security, to shield economic security under the umbrella of national security. This tendency has been probably epitomized by the Trump administration, but the United States are not isolated in this tendency, far from it. Now, let me give you an example in more concrete terms of what I mean when I say this equation between economic security and national security. Now, you have probably all heard of the Gazprom decision to halt gas supply in Poland and Bulgaria because the Polish and Bulgarian investors refused to pay this gas supply in Russian rubles. Now, what would normally happen, what would happen in normal times is that since there's been a violation of what were the contractual agreements, so gas being paid not in Russian rubles, this Gazprom move would be sanctioned. However, in the presence of a security exception, what would normally be sanctioned as a violation, as a contractual breach, or as a violation of the applicable treaty, in the presence of this security exception, could be justified, and that is likely to be Russia's line of defense, something along the line, I did what I did because we are at war, so I have to preserve my essential security interests, and therefore I needed this payment to be made in rubles. One way to look at this problem, so if we look at this problem from a purely economic perspective, this looks like a protectionist measure. However, if we look at the same factual scenario from a security perspective, this could be invocated as a protection. So what looks protectionist from one side is protection from the other. And where to draw a line is not often that clear. It's kind of a slippery slope. As you were saying, yes, this is not just happening within the Russia-Ukraine war. It clearly predates this moment. There were indications of this tendency already following the annexation of Crimea, but there are also indications of these problems that have been, in a way, politically remained unsolved. For example, when it comes to the Argentinian economic crisis at the end of the 90s, that was very much the same problem because Argentina at that point was paid debtor in pesos. So the risk of exacerbating this tension between trade or investment and security is that we might end up living in a state of permanent exception, because the more you rely on security exception or whatever exception to justify your action, the more is the risk that this will become the new normal. And there is also a bigger risk that is to put a lot of pressure on the judiciary, on tribunals, not just for scrutiny this action, but also to resolve questions that could be framed in political terms, but have been turned into a matter of rights, and therefore is for the judge, or it's for an investment tribunal, or for a WTO panel to decide. So there is a risk of moving towards what I would define as a judicialization of international economic relations, whenever politicians are unable to resolve geopolitical tensions, then we turn back to the judiciary. But going to law may not always be the best idea, especially if these problems does possess a political component.
So if I'm following this correctly, the sense that I'm getting is not that the Brussels effect is gone or that competition policy is no longer of influence, but just that the judicial or regulatory arenas are not the most effective arenas for the exercise of power. We can use sanctions, and the sanctions can have an impact. We'll have to wait to see how significant that impact will be. But we do that at the risk of further delegitimating the whole legal framework as an arena for exercising power in the first place. So there's a longer term cost that we're going to have to face. But maybe thinking about this in terms of arenas for power, the exercise of power is not the right way. Maybe what we need to do is to think about actorness. Now, Tina, you and I have talked about this at length. I wonder if you could tell us in capsule form, what is your impression? Is the European Union better able, much more of an agent, much more easily an actor in the context of this crisis with Ukraine than it was, say, for example, in the context of the sovereign debt crisis or the COVID crisis? In other words, is there a reason for us to be more optimistic coming out of this crisis than we were in the past?
Well, I think we're only at the beginning of the crisis, first of all, so it's far too early to pat ourselves on the back. But you're absolutely right that Europe has moved more swiftly and gone further in kind of 10 weeks of the Russian invasion of Ukraine after really taking a long time to get its act together during the pandemic. And then, of course, we had the Committee to Save the World during the global financial crisis led by Treasury Secretaries, finance ministers, and this sort of thing, which is really the last time you had cooperation, multinational cooperation with speed, and that was the urgency of the global financial crisis. It was also, a classic case of a bunch of guys in the room taking initiative. Gordon Brown, of course, in the UK, very much involved on that front. And each of these three big crises that we just talked about, the global financial crisis, the pandemic crisis, and now the Russian invasion of Ukraine, have illustrated a different set of strengths and weaknesses of all of the main systems, right? All of the main actors. I've done a lot of work looking at sources of risk and resilience at the country level, and they turn out to be only a little bit to do with the wealth effect or growth or any of these kinds of things. That's something interesting during the pandemic. But as for Europe acting quickly, I think we have a reflex, a muscle memory in a sense, and also an obligation that we didn't respond in the same way, or even in an appropriate way, in my view, after the Russian annexation of Crimea, or indeed the conflict in Georgia in 2008. We've had a lot of data points on Russia as well, the MH17, all kinds of other ones. So this crisis has seen a swift response in terms of sanctions. I was a little bit lost, to be honest, when you were explaining the power dynamic. And to me, as someone who's worked in financial markets over 20 years, talking about this interplay between economics, geopolitics, and markets, Russia, I don't know, you might tell me that they have a case to be made in an international tribunal for demanding rubles. I say they're no longer a reliable energy supplier, and that Europe is already showing that it's not willing to depend on Russian supplies.
Everyone deserves a fair trial, after all. That's what the law said.
Procedurally, yes, but in a way, the die has already been cast. When Russia made this announcement, and following Germany's decision to put Nord Stream 2 on hold, it's already set into motion a number of effects. They may all go to trial and everything else, as you say, but I find it hard to see how the path could be altered significantly away from Russia no longer being Europe's main energy supplier.
Can I briefly? Yeah, actually, we have kind of precedent when it comes to trade law, and that is following after the Crimea annexation. And the WTO panel didn't really take a stand vis-a-vis the determination of what Russia did, because that's not their job, that's the UN job. So what the WTO panel was called to assess is whether the measures taken were in line with WTO obligation. So it's like if you want that trade is operating not in a vacuum, but in a compartmentalized manner, so it's not interacting with other systems like the UN system, but that's what actually happened, and that's what I think is likely to happen again, because Russia is going to invoke defense as security, and a WTO panel, since there is not even a UN resolution clearly saying what happened.
They're going to have fewer customers, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whatever their defense is.
No, as we look at this interplay between sanctions and counter-sanctions, I have to say, I find the whole thing a little bit alarming, particularly if the sixth round of sanctions does result in an agreement gradually to phase out Russian oil, and the Russian government responds by choosing an opportune moment to cut off the flow of gas. So I think that the interdependence that we've created could be used against us quite easily. I'm also worried that some of these sanctions actually stand on very shaky legal basis. I'm not quite familiar with the law governing central bank assets, but the idea that Europe has and the United States have sequestered central bank assets actually fills me with concern, because...
Well, I think if I could chip in here, and this is coming back to what I said before, it's not that you've got a number of people sitting in a room that would have been sort of 20 years ago smoke-filled but isn't today, saying, right, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're how we're going to hit the Russians. This is all subject to detailed legal advice, whether it's the United States, the EU, the UK. There are lawyers poring over this. The great thing with the EU regime is that these can be challenged. When I was a judge, I sat on many, many sanctions cases, because I can tell you all the sanctions against Iran were challenged by the banks, the shipping companies, all the sanctions in relation to Syria, which were targeted at individuals. A lot of those were challenged. And there were cases in Iran where, in fact, we overturned the sanctions. We found that they were unlawful. That is the rule of law applying. So it's not as if you can take the view that people are just trigger happy in Europe and will do whatever it takes, as it were. All this is subject to the rule of law, and I'm obviously not going to predict whether or not every single sanction that's been taken from round 1 to 5 will survive in the European Court. But what I am willing to say is that consideration will have been given to the legality of what is being done.
Now, as this consideration is being given to the legality of what is being done, obviously the sanctions remain in place. And so there's no preliminary injunction like you would find in...
No, well, again, I mean, there is the power to go to the court, and I think, in fact, the RT, the Russian broadcaster, sorts through. There is the power to seek to suspend it, and that can be done. I mean, it's not quite as quick as perhaps in your jurisdiction or the United Kingdom, but it could be done within a matter of months or weeks. So, and that's what I say. You have a system, rule of law that effectively, if you go to the judge and say, this is absolutely outrageous, on the face of it, it's illegal, and the harm that I will suffer by these remaining in place will be much greater than the harm the European Union would suffer, you could get them suspended. I don't think that anybody has ever got sanctions suspended, but the point I'm making, and that comes back to the rule of law point, that if you're able to make out a case why they should be suspended, you could succeed.
So this implies that the rule of law framework actually does remain extremely robust.
Well, yes, that, as I say, and indeed, I don't know how many of you remember this, but and I'm not here sort of to do a PR job on behalf of the court, but one of the most famous cases of the European Court was a case, Mr. Cardi, who was sanctioned at the behest of the US government after 9/11, put on the UN list of sanctions. He was then, and it was an obligation, an international obligation, that his assets be sanctioned because he was thought to have financed the 9/11 attacks throughout the world. He challenged those sanctions in the European Union, and he won because the European Union, the court said, we in the European Union believe in fundamental rights. The UN has disregarded, even though it's international law, has disregarded fundamental rights. Therefore, we are not, and this was quite revolutionary, we are not going to follow international law. However, the court was pragmatic enough to say, well, we'll allow this sanction regulation to remain in place for 6 months to see whether you can rectify the position, because obviously if they'd then annulled it straight away and Mr. Cardi was in fact somewhere involved, he would have moved his assets elsewhere. So, I come back to the point, and you hit that the rule of law is at the heart of the European Union. And perhaps if the last point I can make, people say, well, should the European do more? Should it do? Again, you have to remember the European Union, it's not a sovereign state. It can't just say this is what. The European Union has competences which are given to it by member states. There's a transfer of competence. It's quite a sensitive issue both politically and legally. And so the European Union is not like the United States or Germany. It has to act within its legal framework. And if it doesn't, it'll be acting unlawfully. So, I mean, that's not, and you will see that what the European Union has done in response to the crisis has been exceptional. But again, it operates under a legal straitjacket that is not one that a state operates under.
So I've got two more questions, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience. The first question is to you, Tina, which is you have just suggested that this application of the rule of law is going to result in us not doing business with Russia to the same degree, or maybe even at all.
Not because of Russia's own actions.
No, exactly. No, I agree with you.
That's the point, that Russia has done something which make it no longer a reliable partner in many spheres. And so the companies that came to you in the court and everything else are, right now, I know because I'm advising them, trying to work out what to do. And part of it is in anticipation of these sanctions. I think you said they almost always stay on, don't they? They're challenged, but there are relatively few cases.
Yes, I don't know what the stats are now. I should think probably, probably over 3/4 of them remain in place.
But my question for you, Tina, is what does this mean about the structure of the European economy moving forward, right? I mean, the extent to which we find ourselves in a legal regime where it's very difficult to do business with Russia, Russia being responsible for having provoked that situation in the first place, we have no doubt, does imply that our future world order is going to look very different in terms of economic relations.
Well, potentially, and this is where how we deal with China becomes so pressing, because it's very difficult looking at the approach and the strength and rapid pace of the approach with sanctioning Russia, what kind of precedent, if any, that suggests for other regimes which engage in behavior which is of concern, or do we say this for Russia because it's on Europe's borders, or this type of thing. So this is really a big question right now. But it is a certainty that European consumers are going to be hit worse by price rises and inflation. We are seeing that in central bank hikes already, and growth forecasts are coming down. So Europe, having taken these measures to respond to Russia, which, in case there's any doubt, I think are very appropriate and have been important, we will pay a price for that. What's interesting and I think still a question is for how long European citizens or citizens of the member states will be willing. And I blame that in part on the way in which we haven't done a good job helping people understand the consequences or the interplay between geopolitics and the price that they pay for petrol or heating or clothes or anything else. In this imperative for everything to be cheap and plentiful and this sort of thing. So we don't make those connections. What happens when there's, a Uyghur Muslim, slave labor factory is exposed in China? That's what me and a lot of companies are trying to understand right now. Not just what Russia means, but how it impacts everything else, and yet. Most likely, the policymakers are most focused on how to respond to Russia, in the most immediate sense, because that's the crisis that we face at this moment.
But Maria Laura, this raises the tension that you identified earlier, and so I want to put this to you as a very stark question. Given that Russia plays such a central institutional role in a lot of economic institutions at the global level, not least the UN Security Council, in China and other countries that might be subject to sanction play those roles as well. What does this result that Tina just described, the long-term impact of these sanctions, imply about the future of multilateralism, right?
Well, I think there is a risk that multilateralism is becoming like an empty word. Because we have, in theory, both the European Union, a normative power like the European Union and the US, that both in principle agree on having a global order that possesses a legal orientation that is founded on multilateral cooperation. But I completely agree with you when you say that politicians are just trying to focus on what is the immediate term, immediate problem, that is the war with Russia, that it's indeed big of a problem, but they're kind of lacking a long-term vision. And I think this is particularly true when it comes to the European Union, because if we think about the European Union project, especially after the Second World War, it was like a moral construct. It was able to provide the right answer at the right time. I don't know, I'm thinking about the Schuman plan as a tribute to your center. And that was a very bold and constructive act because it was able to change the horror of the word left in people's mind in a new reality of hopes, in the hopes for a better future, for new possibilities. So at that point, it seems that the EU, even if it was really just the really beginning, it did have a long-term vision. Now it seems to me the European Union does possess a very clear normative agenda that is based on the idea that the EU agenda does have universal value, that does know what the norms are the best for functioning markets, for integration, but it's kind of lacking this spiritual, if you want, or this transcendental dimension. And we have values, yes, we have founding values that have been defined as law. This is very much Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. But this juridification, this justiciability of rights, hasn't really responded to other question of, hasn't been able to generate that sort of psychological and emotional attachment that the European Union was able to generate at the beginning. And to get back to the multilateralism question, yes, this normative agenda probably works when it comes to markets and up to a point when it comes to integration, but probably it's not enough when it comes to something for like peace. And that is, for example, why when I read the title of this panel, Fit for Purpose, one of my initial reaction was, what purpose? Because it seems that there is this idea that multilateralism matters, but even the EU is getting along with this narrative as long as it's congenial to advance its own agenda. At that point, multilateralism is good, is the way we should go. Otherwise, if others are not willing to embrace our normative agenda because it does possess a universal value, then at that point we should go alone, and they've wrapped this contradiction in terms, if you want, under the beautiful concept of open strategic autonomy. So multilateralism, as long as it works, alone whenever it doesn't. And when it comes to the United States, I think it's even worse because they've always been a little bit more reluctant to embrace multilateralism unreservedly. They have been open to the idea as long as it doesn't diminish the American sovereignty capacity to decide. And while this has probably reached, again, the peak under the Trump administration, signals that there was a progressive and relentless retreat from a low-center multilateral order were there since the Obama administration, but probably even before that. So the idea is like, sometimes when I look at the world order, and especially from a United States perspective, and as being an international economic law scholar, I tend to look at the trade and investment system. What they're doing, for example, within the WTO, it's very much an example of the United States line of action because they have been refused to reappoint new appellate body members. This has culminated in the appellate body paralysis in December 2019. And every now and then we have US representatives that stress that the system is not working, but it looks like when you're arguing with your partner and you feel that something is wrong, and then you ask what's wrong, and the only answer you're going to get is nothing. And that's, I'm not sure how multilateralism, should work.
That's an interesting thing to say.
So, but I think I'd like to conclude sharing something that Jean Monnet actually wrote about a failure. Whenever I felt, in discomfort about the direction the European Union is taking, I got back reading his memoir. And he said something really fitting, I think, for concluding this.
But we've still got 10 minutes of questions
yes,
to
no,
go.
I won't take more than 50 seconds, I promise. So he said that failure in the negotiation was not due to the fact that people are naturally narrow-minded, but it was due to the fact that they naturally decide, they deliberately decide to close their minds, often because they were handicapped by the loyalty they want to prove, to show to their national system. And this, I think, it's both applicable to both the US and the European Union.
So we get back to this point about perception and perspective again. We do have 10 minutes for your questions from the audience, so if you have questions, please raise your hands. We'll try to take a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions already from our online community, but I want to give you the opportunity to put your hands up if you're interested. Yes, sir. A microphone will come to you.
Let's have some questions from women in the audience, please, too.
Hello, I'm Cipriano. I'm a researcher here at EY on law. So it appears to me that this Russian invasion to Ukraine show that EU is somehow important when it comes to strong actions like economic related to energy sanctions. And even though Eastern European countries draw many signals saying that don't play with Russia, it's a bad country, it's communism. What if Xi Jinping has a Putin moment? What if China has a Russian moment, let's say towards Taiwan or towards something else? I think the EU is much more dependent on China in terms of trade and products. What if this happens?
This is what I was highlighting. Obviously, it matters a lot more economically, right? Were we allowed to answer? I mean, so in actual fact, the economic costs of this very dramatic sanctions regime that's been imposed on Russia they're significant but moderate. The economic costs of coming anywhere near these kinds of sanctions, if applied to China, would be crippling. And this is particularly true for the US sanctioning Russia. It's an extremely low cost move. For Europe, it's going to exacerbate policy, economic, political headwinds that were already a problem as we started this year. I don't think anybody is ready to answer that question, but remember that the Chinese are also thinking to themselves, do we need to calibrate our position? Because both Russia and China came away from the pandemic and observing, the kind of erratic, haphazard way with which the US, the UK, and the EU responded and thought, these guys are on their way out even quicker than we thought. They have no discipline, they don't follow rules. And so it's safe to say, the other data point was Afghanistan's collapse, rapid collapse in 3 days, the fall of Kabul, and that there would be no response. But China is now looking at a couple of things that have happened in response to Russia. One is the sanctions response. The other is the Ukrainians' response. And that will put the brakes on a rapid move in Taiwan as well, because resistance is something that neither the Kremlin nor Beijing really has counted on when it comes to territorial ambitions. So I'm not an international law scholar. I'm someone who looks at bottom-up kind of grassroots politics and where they intersect. There are many levers at play here, besides what can be done to push down to prevent this behavior. Will they moderate their aspirations, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
So Tina, your comment raises two different concerns. One is about the coherence of the international system, and the other is about this marriage of power in what Maria Laura described as purpose. I mean, if there's anything that we see in Ukraine right now, is that they have purpose. The most highly motivated fighting force I think we've seen in a long time. Having said that, can I bring this question of coherence over to you, Christopher? And the reason I want to ask that is because one of our online colleagues has said, you know, look, we're still going to trade with other non-democratic countries, or at least we still want to trade, and that was the point that Tina was making. Then do we need to have a more flexible legal system where they don't have to worry about having their central bank assets sequestered by those hard currency countries that control them?
Well, thank you. I'd just like to come back to the point that the questioner in the room raised. I mean, I'm a lawyer, not a policymaker, but I think it's and we mentioned, is there a parallel between China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine? There may be. I'm not in a position to say yes or no, but I think there is one thing that is important that I will say, which is apart from the fact that Ukraine is a European country, Ukraine has an association agreement with the EU, and the association agreement, even long before all this happened, was with an eventual objective of accession to the EU. So that the position of Ukraine is different from the position of Taiwan. I'm not going to sort of gaze and say what's going to happen in Taiwan. It may well be that European politicians will take the same view of Taiwan as Neville Chamberlain took of Czechoslovakia in 1938. But I want to say that there is a legal difference. Coming back to the points that Eric made, again, I mean, it's a policy matter. Yes, of course, Europe trades with a number of regimes that are not democratic. I mean, Europe, as I've tried to explain, is a rule-based organization, the EU that is, and it will seek to trade with countries that comply with international law, and that can obviously embrace a lot of situations that we might not, as Europeans, consider be the sort of society that we want to live in, but that is not in breach of, say, a trade agreement or anything else. And then coming back to the last point, which the online questioner raised, I mean, there is a provision, I'm not able to tell you the number, but it is in the Treaty of Lisbon. In fact, the legal term in the Treaty of Lisbon is not sanctions, they're restrictive measures. And one of the cases I sat on as a judge was a challenge brought by Rosneft in about 2016 to the first round of sanctions in relation to what happened in Crimea. So there is a legal basis for that, and what Rosneft argued in that case was that for various reasons the sanctions weren't properly reasoned, that Rosneft was really not part of Putin's. So we went through all those arguments. I mean, in the end, Rosneft lost the case, but that is the mechanism that I'm happy to say exists in a society governed by the rule of law to challenge such measures.
So, the big elephant in the room, which is the elephant that we're going to have to tackle in a different panel, is whether the European Union actually needs to develop power instruments that go beyond the rule of law and that extend into the domain of hard security and security assistance.
We had one lady question in the back.
Oh, I didn't see.
Yes, that's why I asked.
Excellent, please.
Hi, Elaine Fye, City University of London. I'm just really struck by the fact that your discussion on sanctions is a really good example of how the EU's had a fantastic crisis as to Russia. Sanctions is a unique area of EU law where the subjects and objects of the EU's international relations increasingly have lots of powers, as the judges explained, before the courts, such as Venezuela. But if we look back just in the very recent past, there's lots of examples of the EU's delegalization of issues such as the Turkey facility, the removal of Advocate General Sharpston in the Brexit situation. In the last few months during the COVID crisis, why did the EU not align with the US on IP vaccine waiver? Why is the EU allowing its member states to fund war? It's a peace project, and so on. So I just question about the idea of legalization, delegalization, and understanding the rule of law when it's a complex minefield of subjects and objects.
Well, thank you. I think that gives us a good way for you to close for us. Maria Laura?
I would say that's going to be homework. That's not going to be in 1 minute, so.
Okay. Listen, thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much for your participation as an audience. I should say in the final minute that remains to us that following this, there will be a round of panels on conditionality in the Western Balkans, on climate neutrality and social sustainability, and a much tighter focus on the Brussels effect from the Governance versus Technology Directive. And all of that will start 15 minutes after we close. Please use the remaining moments, though, to thank our panelists, Tino Fordham, Maria Laura Marchedu, and Christopher Vaida for what was a wide-ranging and fascinating conversation. And thank you.
For moderating. And Eric, yeah.
Well done.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the 2022 session of the State of the Union here at the European University Institute. My name is Simone Borghesi, and the director of FSR Climate, the Florence School of Regulation Climate Research Group. And I'm really delighted today to introduce the panel on climate neutrality and social sustainability. We are living interesting times, I would say, with climate crisis, pandemic, a war. So, achieving net zero is a real challenge, which implies a rapid reduction in emissions, a significant increase in carbon prices, and deep structural reforms in our economy. So, can we make it? What will be the social impact of all this? In particular, higher carbon prices might be perceived as socially unacceptable by part of the population, especially at a time in which energy prices keep rising. So these are the questions that we want to address today together. And for this, I have the help of three special guests next to me. Beatrice Jordi, Isvaran Somanathan, and Michael Spence. Beatrice Jordi is the Director of Carbon Market and Clean Mobility at DG Climate Action of the European Commission. She leads the EU ETS research or group area. Research, it's me, but and she has been in the international cooperation on carbon markets for long. But before she was, I think you are in the Commission since '94, and you have been in DG Environment, in DG Energy, in EASME, and so on. Professor Somanathan is Professor of Economics at Economics and Planning Unit of the India Statistical Institute. And, well, he's well known all over the world for his work on environment and development. He's also the co-editor of Environment and Development Economics. He has been professor at Emory University, Michigan, and Princeton, and also lead author of the 5th assessment report of IPCC. Last but not least, Mike Spence. Mike is professor emeritus at the, let me find the right name, Philip Knight, Professor of Management Emeritus and Dean Emeritus at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. And by the way, is the 2001 Nobel Prize in Economics for his great contribution in information economics. We had the opportunity to be together in a virtual meeting at COP26, and the discussion was particularly interesting, so I wanted to have a discussion in person, and I'm really thankful for you to being here. So let me very briefly explain the structure. I will ask a few questions to our speakers, 3 questions, asking each of them to reply each question in 3 minutes, if possible, so to have keep it flowing. And then we will look at the poll questions that are available online right now, and then open to the Q&A. And for those of you participating via the digital platform, please submit your questions for the speakers in the Q&A tab, and take the poll questions that are online in the polls tab. The poll will be closed at 5:45 sharp. So, having said this, now let's start with the first question. And I chose a very general question to break the ice. And I look at Bea first with a very simple, direct question. Can climate neutrality be socially sustainable? A difficult one.
Thanks a lot, Simone, and a pleasure to be here today with an honorable panel and neighbors, and also honorable attendees. So a pleasure to be here with you. Just starting with the first question. Climate effects are not socially fair. just go one step ahead. The effects of climate change, be water drought, be in extreme weather events, be in erosion, they are not socially fair. So this is a statement that I think we should not forget. The second one is that the transition has to be socially sustainable. And this is not just a choice, it's a precondition. If we don't do this transition socially sustainable, we will be failing into the exercise of climate neutrality, if I can call an exercise the climate neutrality. And then just to say that in this transition we have, at least in Europe, for example, in the coal transition, it has been where we have been investing, been worried of the reskills, skilling, finding new jobs for this energy. But I think that we need to change the perspective of this, which is not a choice, which is a precondition, how we can do this transition more sustainable. And let's do not forget that we are, all of us working in climate, working with polluter pays principle. And this polluter pays principle means that someone is paying and that there is money, and that this money can be reinverted to make this transition more socially fair and socially just. So the answer is it has to be, it can be, and let's do not forget that climate change effects are far from being socially fair.
I look at you, so.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be here in Florence in such a distinguished company. So I completely second what Beatrice said. I think that for this transition to happen, it has to be socially acceptable. Otherwise, it simply won't happen. We'll just stall. Now, the difficulty, of course, is that we should have been making this transition and having rising carbon prices from 30 years ago. And we know that most of the world hasn't got to a carbon price. I mean, most of the emissions haven't got there yet. And that means that we are now in a situation where we are encountering and will encounter dangerous climate change unless we can speed up this transition, and that's the difficulty. It's an enormous transition to make. We've delayed the time that we have to adjust. So we have less time, and that's the dilemma. I think that it's not really possible to speed this up beyond a point, because in fact then there will be resistance. It won't be possible to go forward. Because there are huge changes that have to happen. A lot of these changes, in the very nature of these changes, means that they're going to take time to happen. Nevertheless, I think that it's really important that we don't delay any further than we already have, that we do push forward as fast as we can. And of course, the most important aspect for the social acceptability is that processes are seen to be fair, and that people of all sections feel that they're being heard and that they're getting a fair deal. And this has to happen both within countries and across countries. It has to happen between the developed world and the developing world, as well as within both of those. I just want to say one more thing, which is that we are saying all this, principally all the discussions I've been hearing on climate today, and there was a meeting yesterday, they're all focused on reducing emissions and bringing emissions down to net zero, and that has to be done. But I think that we are at the point where we should examine all the options. We are probably almost surely going to need to take carbon dioxide out of the air in addition to not putting more in. So we need to start thinking about that, because that's going to take a long time to become technically and economically feasible. We're going to have to invest in that. In the meantime, as the temperature rises and impacts get increasingly severe, there are going to be crises in different parts of the world. We can see that coming, and that can come very, very fast. So I think we should also consider, putting aerosols into the stratosphere and researching that, because to deploy, stratospheric aerosol injection is going to take a long time. It is going to require governance. It's going to require agreement. It's going to require bringing people on board. It's going to require all the things that emission reductions require, and perhaps more so because of the risks, right? And we shouldn't do the same thing that we did with emission reduction here. We should start thinking about this now and start preparing about this now and start openly discussing this now rather than pushing it under the carpet. I think that's important. We need to consider all the possible options. This is a huge and very complex problem, and we shouldn't take anything off the table. And I'm afraid that we have kicked this particular can down the road for too long.
Thank you, Som. So, no way out from a socially sustainable, apparently, climate neutrality, but keeping all options open. That's basically the message. Mike, the mic over to you now.
Right. Listen, I think what Beatrice and Som have said is absolutely right, so I'll just say it one more time. I don't think politically it's possible to accomplish the energy transition if there's some fairly large-scale failure perceived and actual in terms of fairness, to use Som's term. At least in democracies, they'll find a way to block it, right? And there's lots of difficulties that I'll just come to in a minute. But before I do that, I'll tell a story. About a little more than 10 years ago, I was chair of a commission on growth and development, where most of the incremental carbon emissions are going to come from. And this commission did a lot of things. It was basically an attempt to help people understand what we'd learned about, growth and development over a 15-year period after the Washington Consensus. And I had a chance to visit with the president of Indonesia. And one of our recommendations, we had my Indian colleague on that commission, Som, was Montek Ahluwalia. And he said, this is boring. We're saying a bunch of things that you should do. We should say what you shouldn't do. Let's put in a section on bad ideas. So we all chipped in bad ideas, and the one that got the most enthusiastic, it only took 2 pages, by the way, in the report. The one that got the most enthusiastic support was virtually ubiquitously energy prices, meaning fossil fuels, were being subsidized in the developing world. And we said that's a catastrophe, and that's even before we got to the point of taking climate change seriously. You build the wrong infrastructure, you build a carbon-intensive things, you build buildings that are energy efficient, that inefficient the last 40 years. I mean, we have 2 experts on carbon pricing here, so I guess I'm saying that what they do is pretty important. And the president said, I understand that, and I agree with that, Professor Spence, but it's politically really difficult to withdraw those subsidies. And that's just a kind of extreme form of sort of what I think we're up against now. So let me just close these initial remarks by saying, I think the real challenge is the starting point, right? So we're late, as Som said, right? Way late. That means we kind of have to hurry up to the point where it won't work anymore. But in addition, we have reasonably well-established patterns within countries that are adverse with respect to distribution. Income, wealth, opportunity. And in that, as a hypothetical, if you imagine a world in which that weren't true and you went and said, well, we've all got to find a fair way to shoulder this burden, right, which we'll talk about under question 2, probably you'd get a fairly decent response. But that's not the response you're getting now. What you're getting is resistance. You're getting carbon pricing as a trigger point. You're getting political opportunism, grabbing a hold of this disgruntlement and polarization. And so I think I just want to be realistic in front of this audience. I think maybe at my age you sort of, get cynical or something, but I think it is a huge, huge challenge. With this as the starting point, to find a way to get people on board. And certainly it involves a major focus on the distributional aspects. It may be even an excessive focus. The final thing I'll say is it possible to protect everybody from the disruptions that go with changes of this magnitude? I think the honest answer is no. There just isn't any practical way to do that. You can buffer some of the shock using mechanisms that we have, like the tax system, redeploying revenues and so on, but you can't take away the shock to jobs, the shock to regions, the shock to the coal industry, you know, the anxiety that goes with that and so on. So the conclusion I draw from this is the only way forward that we've got is to tell people the truth. And the truth is this is going to be hard and bumpy, and we'll do our best with it, but I think it's the only way we can get people on board for this. And if we don't, as my colleagues just said, we'll fail.
Thank you, Mike. That was a great start with some disagreement, which is what I wanted to have, and a reality check, I would say, that we need to cope with for our future. I don't know whether it's too cynical, as you said, or too negative, too pessimistic, but still, that's reality we have to check. And talking about reality, we have to check high energy prices, which doesn't help us in this moment. So the elephant in the room, this is a large room, but there is a larger elephant, which is represented by the increase in energy prices that we are facing. Now, this can be a new crisis, but also an opportunity. On the one hand, people say, this is the opportunity to accelerate the transition that we had to do long ago, as you said, Som. On the other hand, people say, well, this will kill, or let's put it less negatively, hinder climate policies in the future. So how do you see it? Which force will prevail? Is there a way to balance the two opposite forces? Bea.
Well, for me, it's which forces will prevail. It's in our hands. Which forces we will want to prevail. I mean, it was mentioned this morning. We import from Russia 155 billion of cubic meters of gas. The Green Deal, the Fit for 55, puts on the table a saving of 100. 100 Fit for 55 saving, 155 billion cubic meters dependence on gas. So the answer is accelerate that. And I think that we have, I agree with Michael, the path is bumpy, the path is tough, but what is very worrying is that you have politicians just putting protection on the citizens, and this protection are fossil fuel subsidies. Let's appelons un chat à chat, as the French said. So we will need to be clear. If I understand that we need to protect the vulnerable people, and it's very important for sure. It's a responsibility of politicians, but it needs to be targeted. It cannot just be a subsidized to consume more energy, and it has to be temporary. And what is important is that we don't say, now the protection and the medium term is decarbonization. No, no, no. Medium term is short term. Decarbonization, sorry, is short term, medium term, and long term. So it's in our hands. It's not, just to clarify also, because there has been a lot of distortion in the messages. We are not in a carbon market crisis. We are in a gas crisis. And a gas crisis because we have been late. And the more we shy away from the security of supply problem, it was mentioned by Gerasimos Thomas this morning, this is a very expensive problem, the energy security. The more we shy away, the more costly it will be. So it's not that we are green and crazy, it's that a long time ago in 2021, when I was working in the first renewable directive, one of the reasons why we did this directive, it was for security of supply. So it's not new for whoever works in energy. The thing is that we have been slower there. So it's Carbon cost can help in this decarbonization because it's a price signal in the economy. You have revenues that you need to invest properly in vulnerable consumers, but also in decarbonizing. We need absolutely to rush on renewables and energy efficiency, use biomethane, green hydrogen. We know what we will need. We know, the Commissioner Simpson was this morning also mentioning the repower that it will be put on the table. But I think that is the communication to citizens is that there's this solidarity, and I will be bold, there's this solidarity with Ukraine, and everybody is willing, and it's fantastic, the solidarity wave that we have. But people need to understand that to consume more is to pump more money to Russia. This is the reality. We are pumping billions to Russia. Do we want to accelerate its decarbonization? We try from the Commission and from a European perspective, and we think that should not be this dichotomy. So we passed the first, with the Fit for 55, the Green Deal, we passed the first heavy reality check. It was COVID. In the COVID times, we said, let's stop the play, now the serious thing. And what we put on the table, it was the recovery plan, 700, 800 billion euro with 37% investment in climate policies. And by the way, we propose that this money, this debt, is paid also by revenues of the ETS. So second terrible shake in the world, European invasion. We need to go on steady, strongly for the decarbonization.
Thank you, Bea. From the European perspective to the Indian perspective.
Yeah, so let me say that I agree with what Mike said, that it's very hard to reduce fossil fuel subsidies or subsidies in any kind, but fossil fuel subsidies in particular. And there are lots and lots of stories where governments have attempted to reform these. There have been protests, and then they have had to back down, or governments have fallen. But I think it's also the case that there have been success stories as well. And let me tell you two of those, or at least partial success stories. There's never complete success in this world. But one of them is the Iranian subsidy reduction, which happened, I think, about 10 years ago. And that was because Iran was facing a crisis. The oil revenues had collapsed, and so they were facing a fiscal crisis. And what they did was they allowed petrol prices essentially to rise by a factor of 4 in a very short period of time by only partially removing subsidies. And of course, this would have led to the government to fall if that was all it was. But they put a lot of effort in essentially preparing the banking system so that they could make transfers to households, and in particular transfers, initially universal transfers, and then gradually remove the transfers from the richest people. So that was the plan that they adopted. They made a lot of preparation for it in 3 months, although it was a very quick thing they had to do because they were in a fiscal crisis. And this succeeded to a large degree. And in fact, poverty in Iran fell because when the money went to poor people, those people were actually not consuming so much petrol, because the people who had owned cars were the ones who were getting the benefits of the subsidies, not the poor who didn't own cars. So that's one way of doing it, and it's probably only that kind of thing only happens during a crisis. But it is possible to essentially make transfers, monetary transfers, in lieu of the rise in prices. That's one example. The other one I want to say is from my own country, India. So India underwent a major economic reform and liberalization of a rather controlled economy back in 1991. Again, that was triggered by a crisis. And ever since 1991, one thing that finance ministers tried to do was to roll back petroleum subsidies, which, of course, is a difficult thing to do, and they always failed. There were protests, there was political opposition, and then the finance minister, after making an announcement, would then be humiliated and forced to back down. This happened many times. And then finally, in 2012, they decided that they were going to go ahead and do this, and they were going to do it very gradually. So they were going to allow the price to rise by, half a rupee per liter when prices were at about 50 rupees per liter. So about 1% per month, roughly, And they went ahead with this. There was an outcry from the opposition, but the outcry didn't really get much resonance from the public. It didn't result in public protests and demonstrations, basically because the effect was too small for the public to actually notice, right? There was some. So this gradual strategy worked, and then the government got lucky because in 2014, 1.5 years into this process, world crude oil prices collapsed. And so the government took the opportunity to raise taxes a lot on petroleum, both petrol and diesel, while allowing the price to fall, but not allowing the price to fall anywhere near as much as the crude oil price was falling. Right. So this has been highly successful. We now have fairly high taxes, and we're at the, above the median of the distribution in the world in terms of taxation. And this has helped to curb India's oil import bill, which is really huge. Now, what's happened now is that now that oil prices have gone up, the government there's taxation both by the central government and the central government has cut taxes slightly, and it has allowed the states, and the states have gone ahead and cut taxes a little more. The effect is that for the last 10 years, actually, domestic petroleum prices have been more stable than the world crude oil prices. And this stabilization, I think, helps. There's a lot of public unrest generated by volatility, and particularly, of course, by the price going up, right? And if you can avoid that, and you can maintain a stable and high price, then it's much easier to maintain public support. So that's one point that I wanted to say with respect to this. The second thing is that I do think that it's really important to think systematically about transfers from developed to developing countries, because the developing world needs to be brought on board. It needs to avoid building infrastructure that's going to be fossil fuel intensive, transport infrastructure, building infrastructure, and so on. And it's going to need financial support to do that. And I think it's important that this is done in a way that's seen to be transparent, that's seen to be, seen to be both distributionally just and provide some incentives. It's really important that it's seen to provide incentives, because I think it's impossible to maintain political support from the citizenry in the developed world to make these transfers. And there have been, proposals to this regard. There's one by Raghuram Rajan, essentially called the Global Carbon Incentive. And the basic idea there is that if you're above the world average in per capita emissions, you pay into a fund. If you're below the world average in per capita emissions, you get money, you meaning countries. And then this money is in proportion to the difference. And that provides incentives for low-income countries to keep their per capita emissions low. So there's a good incentive effect, which is important for maintaining political support, I think, from the developed world. But it also tends to be distributionally just because, of course, low capita emissions are correlated with low per capita incomes. And, of course, there would need to be adjustments of various kinds so that you don't get perverse effects and distribution, poorer countries transferring to richer countries, those kinds of things. But I think something which is fairly systematic, which is fairly rule-based, which is fairly transparent and easily understood, we need to move towards that, otherwise we're not going to break this deadlock. If it's just an ad hoc thing of transferring money, I think it just won't happen. And if it doesn't happen, then we won't get the transition we need in the developing world.
Thank you, Son. From India to the US perspective on the energy prices trade-off that they pose.
Well, the U.S. performance in this respect is not something to be held up as an example, to put it mildly. So in per capita terms, the U.S. used to be at 20 tons a person, roughly double the average in Europe. That has come down. It's around 15 tons a person, but it's well above Europe still. And politically, we sometimes seem to make progress in dealing with that, and sometimes we don't. I think what Sam just said about the international dimensions of this is exactly right. I guess the only thing I would add is, while the world starts to divide up with geopolitical tensions, at least in this area, we have to really work hard to maintain a totally frictionlessly open global system with respect to the flow of technology. I mean, if we don't do that, then I think, it's almost an instantaneous loss of the game. So maybe I could just take a minute and comment on the current circumstances. Europe has been a relative star performer in addressing climate issues, and I think everybody admires that globally. And now we have this huge shock from the Ukraine war. We are not only going to have energy diversification with the goal of relieving ourselves from blackmail, but we're going to have diversification globally for a lot of different reasons. We have climate shocks, pandemics, supply chain blockages. We've got 150 different reasons. It's a whole new world that we're entering, and this is a particularly visible aspect of it. Is it good or bad? I think it's mostly good. There will be some resort on an emergency basis to coal, which everybody knows is not ideal. But both absolute and relative prices matter. So the absolute price of all fossil fuels has gone up substantially and is likely to stay up, including coal, by the way. Coal shot up in 2021 with no war in sight, and then started to dip and it shot up again, right? From the point of view of the incentives for energy efficiency, I would say this is just all good. I mean, it's a shock and people don't like it. But if I were in the carbon pricing business, I would say the markets have sort of done our job for a little bit here, and maybe I'll back off and focus on some other, dimensions of this complex thing that we have to tackle. On the relative price front, the good news is that the fossil fuel prices have gone up and the green technology ones have continued to decline. I mean, the intertemporal pricing of solar over 10 years looks like Moore's law in semiconductors almost. And so I think the relative price change is also highly beneficial from the point of view of the people like Beatrice who are responsible for this, in terms of incentivizing an accelerated transition in the green direction. At least that's how, if you'll forgive me for being an economist, that's how an economist would tend to see it. There is one thing, however, with respect to redistribution, and that is the increase in fossil fuel prices induced by a tax produces revenue in one place, namely the government that does the tax, and an increase in fossil fuel prices from a shock produces an increase in revenue to the people who are producing fossil fuels, right? And so the opportunities for recycling that in a direction that deals with some, reasonably well thought out version of fairness, protect the vulnerable, and so on, is much more difficult in this environment than it would be if we'd sort of imposed the tax on ourselves and then deployed the revenues internally because we don't have the revenues. If you look across the world, basically the fossil fuel producers are benefiting net. The United States in North America is roughly neutral, meaning in terms of consumption and production. Then Europe is vulnerable, and there'll probably be a recession as a result of it, I would imagine. But.
Thank you, Mike. And actually, your answer gave me an assist for my third question that I wanted to ask you. Because, we are observing carbon prices going up. These also mean increase in revenues that have raised along with the increase in carbon prices. Now, how shall we use these revenues? Should they be earmarked, as some people call for, in order to compensate the distributional impacts? Or should they go to the general budget, given the deficit difficulties that come along with the pandemic and this particular period. Bea, what's your view on this?
Well, I can tell you a Commission view, which is probably more interesting than my views. But just to start what you were saying, Simone. So last year was a tough year in terms of energy prices in Europe due to high gas prices. And these gas prices, very high, make a kind of anti-natural switch, which is instead of that carbon prices were forcing or fostering a switch from coal to gas, it was the other way around. Then, of course, a scarcity of allowances, then prices go up. So just to clarify that, that it was an effect of the high gas prices. The positive part for governments is that last year in Europe with the ETS, that as you know covers power, industry and aviation, it was 31 billion euro, which is a lot of money. It's just 1/3 of the whole in 7 years research program of the Union. So this 31 billion is current legislation says that it needs to be at least half of it invested in climate projects. The reality is around 75% is included, and many countries, like mine, I'm from Spain, use that revenues partly to invest in helping vulnerable groups. So many governments do that. What we are proposing in this, the plea from the Commission is that please distinguish this vulnerable, temporary, targeted help with the investment, real investment in climate change. The new proposal that is now in the table of the Council and the Parliament say that all the money should go for climate change, and it will be clear, earmarked and transparent. It's not a secret that member states are reluctant on that. They consider this a subsidiarity discussion and power discussion, if you can see, this is our money. But the reality is that the large majority of these revenues are invested in climate projects. So just one thing that on that, I know that Europe is true that has been doing an enormous effort on decoupling, and it's a reality, the decoupling of energy consumption and climate emissions and economic growth is clear, is there. But one thing that I'm jealous from California system is that they put very clear and in a very transparent manner that if you take the tram or the bus or if you have a heat pump, you have a clear tag saying that this money comes from polluter pays an ETS. And this is something that I think that we should be doing in Europe. A clear or obligatory marketing that citizens understand that when they are changing the windows, so installing a heat pump or a solar thermal or improving infrastructure, clean infrastructure, that this money is coming from polluter pays. And this is a little bit, for me, a very important message. Otherwise, we will not have citizens on board. Just to mention in this revenues use that we have put on the table in the, as you know, ETS or carbon pricing covers a little bit more than 40% of the economy. We have a proposal to cover 75% of the economy, mainly including building and transport. And what this in building and transport, just a little bit also linked to fairness. If we pick up the European population and we pick up the emissions of building and transport, the 20% of the richest citizens are responsible for 32% of the emissions. And the 20% poorest are responsible for 9% of the emissions. So if you have an ETS system, and as we propose with a social climate fund, means that the lower part of the population and also the middle class can benefit for investment in clean technologies. So on your answer, Simone, clear for us, the revenue should go to investment in climate change. But just to clarify that we will not only make it with revenues. We will need alignment of other funds. And alignment of other funds are from regional funds to international investment. Europe, as you know, is #1 donor in the world. We will need from green infrastructure, so taxation. So we will need from all the funding orientation. Otherwise, we will not make this decarbonization.
Thank you, Bea. So an holistic approach to this difficult question is what is required. Sam, what is your perspective on this?
Well, I really have very little knowledge about the European situation, so I don't think I can comment on that, except to say that, you know, the more general issue of, you know, what to do with revenues or what to do when, you know, we are trying to cut subsidies, how do you recycle in a way that is fair and politically acceptable? And I think that that's really, you know, that depends on the politics of the particular situation, and it's very much a context-specific thing. Just one thing I would like to say is that one reason why cutting these subsidies or raising taxes on fuels in particular is difficult is, I think, a great deal of attention, and particularly of economists and academic attention, has gone to the distributional impacts and the idea that, well, this is unpopular because the poor and the middle class you know, will suffer, and that's what is causing the political reaction, and that is why it's politically difficult. And no doubt there's a lot of truth to that, but I think there is, what is being missed in this is that in many countries, and particularly I'm thinking of poor developing countries here, the biggest opposition to these subsidy cuts comes from very wealthy people. And that's not something that you can address through this kind of recycling. And because those are very powerful people, it's not very clear exactly, you know, that who is benefiting from this. It's not transparent to the public. And it becomes very difficult to sort of say, okay, we will cut the subsidies and we'll compensate you, because then you have to somehow make transfers to very wealthy people. You know, you have to convert the form of the transfer, which you're already making to very wealthy people, from a hidden way to something that unfortunately comes out into the open, and that's what actually makes it very difficult. I think this is not very relevant in Europe, but it is relevant in large parts of the world, and perhaps it's quite relevant in the United States as well, which is one reason why US climate policy is perhaps lagging behind climate policy in Europe. But I think that's one reason that's really important. I mean, that's something that is underappreciated, but it is really important. Either one has to actually win a political battle against very powerful people, or one has to find another hidden way of making those transfers to those people in order to stop the subsidization or in order to raise the taxes.
Well, that's a very interesting insight, and you said it's not relevant to Europe, but it's relevant at the global level, I would say, given the role of India. And Mike, you were also called somehow from this intervention by some. So your perspective on this?
Well, it's nice to know that California is performing okay in an otherwise dismal picture. I think both Beatrice and Sam are right, completely right in the following sense that they've said it in different ways, is we need the resources that we have available to us to invest in the transition, you know, and we can't, you know, get caught up too much in sort of earmarking revenues and recycling them and, you know, and kind of losing sight of the enormous investment that's required. There was a proposal that I signed about, you know, along with a bunch of American economists that said we need a carbon tax for the obvious incentive reasons, and to make it politically palatable, we should make it revenue neutral. And then we even said, you know, we have to have, you know, unpleasant, you know, carbon adjustment border provisions and whatnot. I don't like them because I think they're extremely difficult to implement. But, you know, in a world that doesn't have a kind of global carbon price, I mean, you're kind of stuck with that, right? Let me just use my time briefly to tell you how I see the macroeconomic environment. So the world we live in right now is going through at least 4 huge transitions: a digital one, an energy transition, a biomedical revolution, and a huge shift of the global economy toward the emerging markets. They're now well over half the global economy, which makes life pretty complicated when you're trying to do all of this stuff at once. In addition, a very substantial fraction of the world, as measured in GDP terms, is aging. We have rising dependency ratios. We have a supply-constrained, global economy for the first time. We have big debt overhangs that started to rise after the great financial crisis, sovereign debt overhangs, and then they shot up to truly dangerous levels in the lower income countries, but everywhere. We're talking about 100% plus of GDP or more. And we have, for a whole variety of reasons that don't detain us, inflation and rising interest rates. And to deal with the energy transition alone, the estimates from lots of different experts run in the neighborhood of $3.5 trillion of incremental investment, public and private, per annum, per year. So so when I stand back and look at that, I say, boy, this is going to be a stretch just to get it done without, any of the politics. But if we start sort of micromanaging, at the boundaries with respect to, who gets what, and lose sight of this, mammoth mountain that is in front of us. I mean, I'm old enough, I won't see the end of this, but I wouldn't want to bet my kids' savings that it'll come out well. So I keep reminding myself, that this is what we really face. And while I've been an enthusiastic advocate of paying some attention to the distributional issues, I really think what you said is right. If whatever it is, if it sort of sidetracks the focus on the incentive mechanisms and the investments that are required to make the transition, then we're not doing our job.
Thanks a lot. Well, thank you for also this general view. I would actually now like to open the floor to the questions. I already see question one by Juan Fernando for Albea. And the question is, how confident is the European Commission that the ETS2, road and building transport, will succeed? Do you have a plan B?
No.
The Commission, I mean, not you yourself.
So just let me clarify. Well, there's no plan B. Just as I have my boss, Franz Timmermans, saying, what do you propose? I mean, those who say we don't want the ETS in building and transport, what are your plans? And but which is more worrying is that they don't have a plan B. So no, we are pushing for that. We are really, and just to put a small bracket on fairness. I mean, is it fair that when you and me in Europe take a train, the train is under the ETS, the electricity consumption, and when you are driving your car, is not under ETS, or when you are using a heat pump, is under the ETS, but when you are using a gas heater and gas from Russia is not under the ETS. So it's important that the reason for including building and transport under the carbon pricing is that it's a fairness between the different consumption. It's not power and industry alone and aviation. So as you know, we are including maritime, that it was in a kind of limbo. And there's also an encouragement to all the international jurisdictions to do something on maritime. I'm looking also at my colleague from India. So it's a fairness case. And as you know, because of course these citizens are touched, we have put the Social Climate Fund on the table. And for a poor citizen in a low-income member state, just to be clear, and considering a static, so we are not changing, imagine the citizen is not changing any ways of consuming a burden of around 3.5% due to ETS in place could be transformed in a benefit of around 18% due to this social climate fund. So what we have been trying to explain is that the ETS in building and transport, accompanied by important social measure that gives an opportunity of investment for low-income citizens and also touching middle class, is a good thing. But to the answer of the gentleman, there's no plan B. So we are looking for an agreement in the Council before the summer and a good voting in the European Parliament.
Thank you, Bea, for this very sincere and direct answer to a direct question.
You're welcome.
If our friends from the web team can help me, I would like to see the results of the poll because I saw them passing by before. Thank you. The question was, what's more important to reach climate neutrality in a socially sustainable way? And there were 5 possible answers. No carbon pricing for household sectors. It received no support. Target use of carbon revenues for social sustainability, 77% of respondents. Is not there? No, I'm afraid I can't help you, but I will read it loud. Specific policies for a just transition received 15%. No support to improve communication, and just 8% to slow down the path of the transition. So basically, a large majority was in favor of target use of carbon revenues for social sustainability. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, even because I expected some of the options that I created to gain some interest, like improved communication we were talking about before. What's your reaction to this result? Some? Was it because we asked for, as a last question, maybe we influenced the answer?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get more support for specific policies for the just transition. Yeah, because you can use the revenues for investment, and the investment is needed, as Mike pointed out. Huge investments are going to be needed. Yeah. I mean, but I think that this depends very much on the particular political context in the particular country.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Mike, any thought?
Yeah, I guess we'll both take a shot at it. Well, I'm a little surprised, but maybe not too much. I think we haven't told people the truth. On a global basis, the truth is we may be able to keep the global economy growing, while we do this transition. I mean, it's an open question. But what we can't do is keep consumption growing, right? If you're going to have, a $3.5 trillion increment investment, and you can scale this down to the country level, et cetera, and make exactly the same point. So, without shifting a significant chunk of aggregate demand away from consumption, and government spending and to public and private investment. And so I think my reaction to that is that there's a little bit out there that's lurking around that says if we do this right, we can really sort of protect everybody. It won't have that big an impact. And I think it's not true. And, and the best way to approach it is, as more than one of us said at the start, is tell the truth. Which is, we're going to take a hit, at least in the short to medium term, in order to do this, and then taking the hit fairly across our various societies and internationally, as Sam said, is a big challenge, but it's still a hit.
Yes, please.
Just comment
sure.
Very briefly, probably with a little bit a more positive message. I think that the example of the renewable energies is something that you combine digitalization that you mentioned before, combines technology, is creating employment, and it could be a good business. So I think that we need to learn what was done wrong, and probably in my opinion, the protection to coal industry, it was slow, and a kind of agony, and probably should have been done more alive. The policy in renewables, we know that it was well done, but now we have a problem, clear or administrative problem. It's not anymore a technology problem. And just my last message, I invite those who participate in the poll to really vote in the next European Parliament election.
But what's on a personal basis, forget. Yes, please.
Yeah. I just wanted to pick up on what Mike said. So it is a lot of money, 3.5 trillion in investment per year, but that's about 3% of global GDP, which is a substantial chunk of money. But I'm not sure that would translate entirely into less consumption, all of it, because some of it might be just you redirecting investment from things that you would have invested in.
I see, take it, yeah.
Yeah, so there could be some of that. And, if it's in the order of, 1 or 2% of consumption in a growing economy, that's something that is, it's not impossible. It's not easy because of the distributional issues, and there's always conflict, but it's not impossible. It's not undoable, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it is manageable, and I think it's an important thing you just said.
Okay, we are heading towards the end. Well, maybe last question very fast. We are heading to COP27. What shall we do to increase the sense of inclusiveness? Because in the past it didn't work very well. Some made a proposal already. Quite concrete proposal, I would say, in terms of transferring from north to the south, and also with the criterion on how to do that. Bea?
Difficult one. I think that what we will try is that the next COP, how we can make a success with a very difficult geopolitical situation, with the tensions. But I think that, we need to keep resilience, go on. Of course, the funding and the transfer and the solidarity with all the countries is on the table. And but no special. I mean, my big wish for next COP is that we will not have this war there, and not only this war. I mean, there's plenty of conflicts around the world, so calm down the level of tension in the whole world. My only wish.
Yeah, that's an important one. Mike.
Jeez.
Only difficult questions here,
to me, it's fairly clear, and it relates to something that Sam said, and this is not, there's a lot of either-or thinking in a lot of different parts of the world, so it's not this versus that. I mean, all of these things are important. Europe's leadership is important, getting things right domestically, both politically and economically. But the elephant, to use your term, Simone, in the room is that there's just a huge amount of growth, associated with the emerging economies and developing world. And so when you look at when you are realistic about that growth and realize that, you can't go and tell people, you're too late, you can't do it. We need astonishing rates of reduction in carbon intensity to counteract that. And even then, I think we have to be patient. I mean, take some, country, native country. China will probably peak in carbon emissions before 2030, is my best guess, having spent a lot of time in China. India won't, because it has a huge amount of growth in front of it. It's per capita. It has potential growth of 8% a year. And so I think what I would hope for in COP27 is a kind of breakthrough in the dimension that Sam was talking about. What international flows of capital are really going to be perceived as doable, in various countries, and help get the job done. I think that I hope that's a dimension of inclusiveness, but I think that's where I would go.
Well, I've been told that we are about to close. Last minute, just to conclude, and we learned a lot. At least I learned a lot from this conversation. It was very fruitful. I learned that we are late. That's how we started. And now we are probably late as well, but for other reasons. But not too late. And I think the set of opportunities that were discussed allow us to, through communication, through redistribution of revenues, to face the problem. But we have to tell the truth. And, well, Bea told us the truth. Yeah. There is no plan B for ETS2. We have to be very direct. We have to communicate to people what we are doing and take also example from the others, like the Californian case you were mentioning. I just want to conclude thanking you all. It was a great conversation. Thank you the audience, both in presence and those who are connected. And, you know, see you next time.
Thanks, Simone.
What if we could make the European Union better?
What if the Conference on the Future of Europe enables the EU to expand beyond its current 27 member states?
What if the European economy could only be fueled by sustainable and domestically produced energy?
What if European citizens who moved from one member state to another could easily cast their votes in European and local elections where they actually live?
What if European Union becomes a real player in the digital world?
What if we didn't have the euro today?
What if all girls, queer, and people of color had exactly the same chances to become European leaders as white men?
What if the EU becomes a leading mediator in resolving conflicts throughout the world?
What if we could travel from Sofia to Florence in a quick and sustainable way?
What if the EU was able to channel the lessons from the experiences in participatory democracy from around the world at the local and national level?
What if Europe was a solidaristic community of citizens willing to share risks and opportunities among each other?
What if all refugees could be welcomed with open arms?
What if EU member states speak with one voice in security and defense policy matters?
What if we stopped using trade agreements to pursue improvements in labor standards in partner countries?
As academics, our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
It's a very interesting democratic experiment, the first of its kind at the level of the European Union. 200 citizens randomly selected throughout the 27 member states. They are going to discuss on the future of Europe and express their opinions about what the future of Europe should be.
Citizens, what they are doing now here is to formulate recommendations
for the conference. Recommendations on European democracy and recommendations on values and the rule of law in the European Union. So there are two key issues: how it works or doesn't work the European democracy, how we do we need to reform the European democracy, what to do with situations like in Poland and Hungary. All this is debated now by the citizens.
It's very exciting because what we are already witnessing with their orientations from the last session is that there's a lot of democratic imagination. They're coming up with all sorts of proposals that are important for the EU about non-discrimination, about dialogue around the rule of law. And indeed, what's interesting for professors, for academics, is they don't necessarily conform to the kind of mainstream opinion. They have their own ways of saying things.
Esperienza nuova, unica, una forma di democrazia che non mi aspettavo e che spero che continui. Spero che l'Unione Europea crei queste interazioni con i cittadini.
What I hope is come out is that all the different views from citizens in the EU is really being heard to the politicians and the European Parliament and so on, and they really do something with it. Because sometimes I feel that the gap between citizens and the politicians and all the EU people is quite big.
On espère que nos recommandations seront quand même prises en compte, qu'on n'ait pas fait tout ça pour rien et qu'on soit entendu par les élus.
Vedo anche i giovani molto propensi e partecipi. Abbiamo tante idee, tanta voglia comunque di dire la nostra, perché solitamente le persone giovani non sono tanto ascoltate. Invece in questa conferenza i giovani sono quelli che hanno maggiormente la parola, e questo è molto bello, perché sicuramente andremo a delineare un'Europa futura che sarà la nostra. Quindi penso che sia anche importante capire che cosa i giovani vogliono e che cosa ritengono che sia importante cambiare.
I think everybody felt very proud and optimistic seeing the recommendations they worked on all weekend up on the big screen to be voted on. And I think there's a hope that they'll be listened to and not just dismissed. And there's a hope that this will actually be, continued, I think, with further experiments of the same kind. So I think it's interesting that they really explicitly want to have more power and more say in their government, and for the recommendations to have some kind of normative impact as well, and to even have some kind of say in a future constitution for the European Union.
It's fantastic to see so many people around here. We are an academic institution, but we don't want to be a closed shop. We don't want to be an ivory tower. We want to be open to the citizens, and this is a very good example of what we can do.
The big question is there room for some kind of participatory democracy at the European level? I think this exercise shows, yes, that there is potential. Our role, our modest role in welcoming this panel played a positive role in the process, and that's important.